did. Thank you. It's flavor. It's flavor.
I'm making it fresh.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting for Tuesday, February 21st. We're now calling the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner, Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner, Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner, Precinct 3.
He is here, but obviously not. There he is. Okay.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner, Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Before we do our invocation, many of you know Christopher Fitzgerald was a Temple University police officer killed in the line of duty this weekend. And while that's always hits home in many ways, it really hits home here because he was the son of former Fort Worth Police Chief Joel Fitzgerald and one of our investigators for the District Attorney's Office, Pauline Fitzgerald. So I would ask everyone before our invocation to please bow in a moment of silence. Thank you. For our invocation today, we have the worship pastor from Bear Creek Bible Church, Travis Ham. He will lead us in our invocation, and Commissioner Ramirez will lead us in our pledges. Everyone, please stand.
Just join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do want to start this morning thanking you for the life and for the service of Officer Fitzgerald. We pray, recognizing that your word tells us that you are the God of all comfort, that you would offer your comfort to his wife and to his children. That you would support them during this time and give them strength that's beyond themselves. Father, we pray specifically for this day. We thank you that your word also tells us that there is no authority except from you, and those which exist are established by you. So I thank you for our judge, and we thank you for these commissioners. We recognize that not only have they been elected by the citizens of Tarrant County, but they've been graciously given by you for the sake of the citizens of Tarrant County. So we pray as this court commences today, that you would give great wisdom, that you would provide great clarity on the many decisions that are before us. Father, we pray that you would be honored and glorified by the way that things are discussed today, by the way that things are decided today. That you would that you give both not only clarity but unity to your people as we gather today. Father, we pray this all in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Do we have any agenda announcements this morning, GK?
Thank you, members of the court. Yes, we do. We have several. Just to note, Your Honor, we do have a large number of audience participation forms, and we're just handing those out to you. So as we go through the agenda, I know we have one that deals with the minutes of our last meeting, and we'll try to help point some of those out. I apologize for them getting to you this late, but we'll work through it.
Okay.
Members of the court, we have several items as it relates to the agenda this morning that we'd like to pull off of consent for discussion purposes. The first one deals with the Criminal Courts Administration, which is item 10E1. We're going to pull that off because we do have audience participation on that particular item. Also, as it relates to human resources, item H4. This is the TO change for public health. Been a request to remove that one. And then also, members of court, under the Sheriff's Department, item 10L1. This is the racial profiling data. We've been asked to remove that from the consent item also, or agenda also. We do have a large number of audience participation forms, as we previously mentioned. Also, when we get to the briefing items. We're not going to take any of these out of order. When we get to that particular section within the agenda, then we will take the briefing items in the normal as they're listed in your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any announcements from the commissioners? Commissioner Brooks, how did the prostate exam fair go?
It was a very successful event. Thank you for asking. We screened just a little over 200 men with PSAs. I have heard from some who participated that they've already gotten their lab results back. Those who have a PSA over 4.0 will be referred to either their primary care physician or to physicians who work through the Moncrief Cancer Care Institute for further investigation and or treatment. It was a very successful event, and I want to thank Commissioner Simmons for coming to support, even though she doesn't have the proper equipment.
I don't have a prostate.
The other thing that I would like to do during this announcement period is to ask that we close court today in honor and memory of Officer Christopher Fitzgerald and his family.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to our Precinct 2 Maintenance Center. Our team on Sunday, we got a call from our fire marshal, Randy Renoy, asking for our assistance on a house fire in Dalworthington Gardens.
Wow.
And so Deputy Fire Marshal David Butler arrived on scene, along with fire departments from DWG, Everman, Kennedale, Forest Hill, and Rendon. That house was a total loss. And also Deputy Fire Marshal Keith Abel joined the scene as well. And so on Monday, we received a call asking for our assistance to help tear down all of the compromised and unstable walls, because they had a firefighter who was injured and had surgery already to repair a tibia. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank the team out there, particularly Ron Edwards and Scott Stafford. They spent almost 3 hours over there with our Gradall, knocking stuff down. So just wanted to say thank you to them.
Thank you.
We had our transportation forum on Friday. It was very successful. We had a full house, and I want to thank everyone who came and all our court members. Thank y'all. Appreciate the support that you showed by being there, and and we'll start getting ready for next year's here sometime soon.
It was a good
Sooner
event.
than later.
Great event.
Well, I think it was an incredible event, Commissioner Fickus. I don't want to downplay how good it was. I think that's what makes Tarrant County great, is the business partnerships that we have, and the partnerships with private industry that really help steer the ship. Selfishly, I attended just to steal some ideas from Northwest, but it was a great event. So, thank you.
Okay, any other announcements from commissioners? All right, seeing none, next item is approval of the minutes, but we do have someone signed up to speak to that, so we will call them up. Daniel J. Bennett.
Judge O'Hara, I like the ring of that. Commissioners, if we review the minutes of the meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, under 5, agenda item, Judge O'Hara announced that the penalties for taxes for penalties will be waived for late payment of taxes. And at 9A2, I got up here, we had a little interaction, and I clarified with Judge O'Hara, which you agreed, that it would be penalties and interest. I note that the minutes do not reflect that conversation. And those minutes were memorialized by April Hanks, Mary Louise Nichols County Clerk's deputy. So I'd like to see that the one thing that they did say, and I didn't make a note of it, that, and I'll save it for later, but there was something in there that they did do in specificity that I did appreciate. So there's both sides.
All right.
But I hope you'll amend your minutes to reflect what our interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not sure that's exactly what I said in the announcements, but the truth of the matter is that, yes, penalty and interest was waived, so I don't have a problem with it stating that in the minutes. So do we have a motion to approve the amendments? I mean, the minutes with the amendment clarifying that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Brooks, second from Commissioner Simmons. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next up on the agenda is proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. Is Rosanna here with us?
Judge, she got pulled into court.
Okay. Well, what we were doing was presenting a certificate of appreciation to Rosanna Salinas for serving on the Tarrant County Sheriff's Civil Service Commission. I served on there with her. She was there from March of 2017 to December of 2022, and she resigned her post there to come back to work after many years for the DA's office. So we will get this to her at the appropriate time, and we thank her for her service, and I think she's due a round of applause for doing that.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the certificate of appreciation to Rosanna Salinas. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes. No opposed. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, we will get that to her. And let's, whoever does these things, let's correct it to say Rose Anna, 2 words. Okay? All right, next up is the consent agenda. And let me repeat that we are removing from the consent agenda item 10E1, H4, and 10L1. And H4 is from, what's that one from, GK? H4 is from, is that the sheriff's or is that the personnel?
That's under H4 is the TO for public health.
Oh, okay. Yes, so I hit it on neither. All right. 10E1, H4 and public health, 10L1 removed from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those removals?
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Fickus, second from Commissioner Brooks. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously. Now, moving on. Our next item, 10A1, discussion and possible action regarding Tarrant County Commissioners Court legislative policy statements for the 88th session of the legislature.
Good morning again. Under the Administrator section, item A1 concerns legislative activities within the current legislative session. We brought to you a number of items at the last meeting. We have one additional one we'd like to present to you today. This concerns legislation dealing with the criminal courts in Tarrant County. I believe that Mr. Schaffner has discussed this particular item with you. Basically what this does, it attempts to unify all of our criminal courts so that They have same types of jurisdiction. It also talks about who the clerk or the magistrate is, which would be the district clerk. Then also authorizes the criminal courts administrator to be responsible to all the courts hearing criminal cases. We did provide you with a document by the criminal courts signed by all of the judges requesting this, and we're seeking your approval at this time.
No approval.
All right. I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, on item number 2, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a subrecipient agreement between the county and Six Stones Mission Network for the Home for Hope program as part of the county's FRF program.
I move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next.
So, members of the Court, on item number 3, this is an item that the Court has been talking about for several sessions now. This concerns the frequency of the meetings of the Commissioners Court. Discussion last time included discussion of every other week. We've been working with the purchasing agent and also the county auditor as it relates to this. Staff is going to recommend that if the court wants to move forward in these types of meetings, that we have scheduled meetings for the first, third, and fifth Tuesday of each month. I believe we only have 3, possibly 4 months where we actually have a fifth meeting, but it'll allow us to do any catch-up work if we need to. If the court agrees with this, we're going to ask that you approve the order which is attached to your court communication. Also, just a quick comment or two. If we do this and if the court approves this, we will bring back to you next week an order that the county auditor and the district attorney in our office have been working on as far as the payment of bills. Not all bills, but some routine bills. I believe that the auditor has done an excellent job in finding those bills that we need to make sure that we can pay on a timely basis. Also, in discussions with her, there are about 6 or 7 different items yet that we need to make sure that we come to an agreement on and she feels comfortable with. So if in fact you all are going to approve this, which we're recommending, then we'll bring back another order next week with greater specificity as relates to the auditor's actions. Ms. Titwell, did I cover that pretty well, or do you have any comments?
No, we have to answer any questions, but I agree with your statements.
I'm not opposed to this. I am rather reluctant to approve a pig in a poke. I would like to see how the auditor's office is going to function before I cast a vote on this. Rather than, and my request would be to delay a vote on this until next week when we can consider both pieces of this deal at the same time, and we'll know exactly what we're voting on.
So this past month or 4 weeks or a few weeks, we did not have 2 meetings. So how did we handle claims during this period?
So I'll let the auditor, since she's responsible for that, I'll let her answer that question.
So the list of items that we've agreed upon that we're bringing back include such things as the electric bill, water bills, for all the various facilities, cable, other very simple routine bills. We're also looking, of course, at putting payroll payments to any federal, state agencies would have to be returned to those agencies, and a couple of other things. The way we handle it is when we know in advance that you're not going to meet, we can push as much as we know of forward. So I feel very comfortable that, for instance, a lot of municipalities are not willing to grant even us as a government a grace period for the water bill. But we can take care of that through the order that we've been working on. We do have some items that we probably will need to renegotiate our contracts that require very short turnarounds. We have some items that we'll need to discuss, maybe and even change our policy, like the P card, the procurement cards, one of the items Mr. Manius was referencing. Again, I'm not an attorney, but the way I've always understood it is that I'm not authorized to release payments without them appearing on the claims register and being approved by the governing body. For me, that determines a business purpose. It is not the auditor's role to determine the business purpose. The auditor has a very specific role, as does the treasurer, which I wear both hats. Again, I think this will work for 90+% of everything we do. I'm sure at some point there'll be some item that may be somewhere mislaid, and we may get it late and may not be able to push it through, and there may be some late fees. But we're going to do everything we can to make certain that doesn't happen for Tarrant County. But the statute that does require the court to approve claims and the turnaround time that we have for some of that, plus the decentralized nature of just the way invoices and goods and services come into the county. We don't have a central warehouse or a central receiving. So when a good or service is received, we're looking for the invoice to be sent to us. We're also looking for the good or service receipt sheet to be sent to us so that we have authority to pay. Again, I personally would love not to meet but twice a month as well. I'm not married to wanting to come down here 4 times, 5 times a month. I've been coming down here for a long time. So I'm not opposed to that at all. I'm just trying to find a way that I feel comfortable with the DA's office, making certain that I'm in compliance with laws governing county finance related to the county. And that's where we're going. Again, to answer your question, when we know far enough in advance, we can put items on there and estimate them, and then pay something less than that amount. We can make all kinds of concessions, but there are payments, for example, I'll just use Section 8 housing payments that typically come to us from the housing department, and those have to get to us in time to get on that third agenda, or it's the first time you meet. Landlords are not very willing usually to not receive their check prior to the first of the month. So that's
Right.
another area that we're going to have to work with the housing department. I don't have any control over what the housing department does, but we're going to have to work with them to figure out how we're going to be able to make those payments to those landlords timely. That's just a simple example of how we have those deadlines.
I'd like to give you another example, Ms. Tidwell, and that is small and minority contractors who are working on building contracts with and for Tarrant County. Those relationships work if we pay timely. If we don't pay timely, then we put those contractors at risk. And when we put those contractors at risk, we put the building program at risk. So I would like to have some consideration in that special we gotta pay category for those contractors.
And my only comment to that is I certainly appreciate your concern. My primary goal in working with the DA's office, and they can speak to whatever they feel is appropriate, is because I do not believe statutes authorize me to make those discretionary determinations on payments, even the utility bills and things that have like zero risk, because no one's going to question why I kept the lights on or didn't let the water get turned off. But it is not my job, nor do I believe I have the authority to make a discretionary decision about the appropriateness of a payment without it having been presented to the governing body and approved by the governing body. So the list that we're putting together that we can approve in advance, so to speak, is a very, very limited list that would almost be ministerial. It's not really ministerial, but it would be very, very limited, and the risk associated with paying the electric bill is virtually zero. We could all agree that no one would ever come back and question why we kept the lights on. When we start moving into areas with contractors, building maintenance, or building things, again, buying things on a procurement card that ultimately may or may not get approved, then the auditor, I don't believe, is in a position to make that determination. And I would be opposed to including anything on the list that would be considered a discretionary duty. And I'll let Mr. Cradwell speak to the law, because I'm not an attorney, but
Well,
that's my understanding.
I'm trying to get to a position where I can vote for this item, and you're not helping me.
I'm sorry, sir. My goal here is to be able to accommodate the majority wishes of the Commissioners Court in the meeting dates, and yet still perform the duties of my office in accordance with law. So we'll have more discussion about those items if need be, but I would be uncomfortable with including, again, items that need to have a governing body's approval that would be considered a discretionary item on my part to approve when, again, I don't believe statutorily I have the authority to make those approvals.
But you have the authority to decide what is discretionary and what is not.
I have been working with the district attorney because, quite honestly, if you ask me point blank, just me, I don't think any of them should be approved in advance. But there are other counties and other individuals who've made decisions to set up these what we'll call reoccurring routine expenses that have to be paid, and other offices have agreed, other auditors' offices, other treasurer auditor office have agreed. If you ask me my preference would be I have no discretionary authority. I am to audit the claims as the auditor. I am to determine that they were procured under strictest compliance with laws governing county finance and present those claims as the treasurer to the governing body for approval, and then to disperse those checks and payments out the door once all of those things have been checked off. I don't think I have discretion to determine business purpose. And it has been so that in my time here, I have never tried to determine a business purpose nor tell the Commissioners Court what the court could or could not do as it related to business purpose. I've only spoken of the risk, the concerns, the issues that I might have related to a payment or a process, but I've never told the court that they could or could not do something. I'm certainly not going to do that in this instance either. I will simply point out what I see are the risk and any concerns I have. But I don't make discretionary determinations on business purpose. In my opinion, that is the job and the function that is given by the local government code to the Commissioners Court.
What the auditor / treasurer has just said is the reason I don't want to vote on this today. I want to be able to see exactly what we're voting on and what the ramifications of that vote will be. I will not vote in favor of something that I have not seen.
And I would encourage all of the court members to visit with the DA's office. Again, if you want to talk about the law, I'm not here trying to interpret or tell you what the law says, because again, I'm an accountant, I'm not an attorney. I only know what I've been advised over the years and what rules and laws that I've followed. Mr. Cradwell, to my understanding, agrees with my broad interpretation, maybe not to detail. But again, I would let Mr. Cradwell speak to that. But I would encourage each of you, if you have questions or concerns about any of this as it relates to law and my interpretation of what my duties are per the law versus what your duties are, you need to speak with someone from the DA's office. Again, I'm not here to tell you what your job is.
Have you had a chance to have your staff check with like-sized counties?
Yes.
To see how they do it? At NACO, I was able to visit with Dallas County and Harris County. Harris County, for example, They meet every 3 weeks.
How often?
Every 3
3
weeks.
weeks, okay.
And I think they have 2 business meetings. It's just to approve the claims. And she said they take 15 minutes and they're out. So, you
That would
know,
be great
there are
if you
counties that do it different ways. I just wanted to see if you've
I
had your
spoke
staff
with
check
Montgomery
around.
County, I spoke with Parker County, I spoke with Bear County, and I'd previously spoken with Dallas County. I did not speak with Harris. I know how each of those counties currently do that. Harris, I believe, has a treasurer, I'm not sure. Bear does not, like Tarrant. Dallas has a treasurer, so does Montgomery and Parker. In Dallas, for example, the treasurer and the auditor get together with one member of Commissioner's Court and basically decide which claims to pay, and then it gets ratified. Again, I'd have to get with myself because I don't have a treasurer. So the other, Parker and Montgomery, have this list of routine payments, which is kind of where we're trying to go with the list of routine payments. Again, it doesn't encompass beyond the routine. And then Bear has a hybrid of kind of the above. So again, I have done the research. I've talked with my staff. We would be happy to have further dialogue. But I do want, again, as I mentioned earlier, one of my primary goals is I'm sure there will be some things that will come up over time that perhaps it would be good if we had a way to have an emergency or a business-only meeting for claims, because things will come up that need to be paid. But we're trying to address those routine items that are not discretionary that can be paid. And then the discretionary items, we'll have to work through how that works. But I'm willing to attempt to do that. I just can't I can't make promises that I don't have any way of knowing how that's going to work out.
What is the meeting notice requirement for, what are the laws regarding an emergency meeting? If we had how can you have an emergency meeting to pay your bills? Or
So,
can
Judge,
you?
An emergency meeting would need some sort of external factor, like a natural disaster,
Okay.
Civil unrest, something like that. And off the top of my head, I believe it's 4 hours. The need to pay routine bills is probably not by itself going to qualify for that, unless there's something that's otherwise preventing the court from functioning or otherwise taking up that matter.
So 72 hours notice to schedule a meeting to be able to pay bills if it looks like something was not going to come in on time, is what we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay. GK, you have something?
No, I think it's 2 hours. 2 hours. On the call of emergency, but I agree with you. Paying of bills is not an emergency.
Okay.
So,
Anything else you'd like to add or ask? Anything y'all would like to add or ask?
I supported first and third Tuesday with the ability, if needed, to utilize any of the other Tuesdays, most probably the 5th or the 4th, for a special meeting or an additional meeting, whatever you want to call it. And let the auditor figure out how she can get where she needs to be, if that's even possible. And if it's possible, then my suggestion would be to go with something like that. But again, the first and third meeting with the ability to set that additional meeting if you needed it. And during budget times and things like that, that's when I'm really thinking more of needing it. So.
If you were to approve this today, you have 6 weeks to go through everything that you need to go through. GK, do you believe that's a sufficient time during those 6 weeks to iron out any and all kinks?
I do think so. I think that we've been working with the auditor's office and the DA's office, and we have a fairly lengthy list that's been developed. We have one, maybe 2 contracts that we're going to probably have to renegotiate, but that's not, I don't think that's a really big deal. I would remind the court that you may remember, the majority of this court hasn't been through that, but in December of every year, that we normally have an emergency meeting between Christmas and the first of the year.
Is that an
And-
emergency meeting?
Is it
It's not
call
very-
meeting?
It's a special call meeting dealing with payment of bills and HR. And so we've covered that. Our goal here, when we first set this out, was that we didn't consider a separate meeting to pay bills, and we just looked at every other week. That's how we set this piece out. But we still need to bring back that list. We were going to bring it back next week for the court's consideration on the list that the auditor has put together, because she is going to need to have an affirmative vote of the court on that, and to make sure that basically she's not out on a limb by herself on this thing. And so that's what our intent was to do. We can hold this for a week if you want to, or we can take action now and then bring that other list back if our request is to the affirmative.
I just wanted to say or add that I support first, third, and fifth. I support this, not personally, but because I have talked to a number of senior staff and staff, and it seems like each week they are chasing the agenda, just getting this agenda prepared and ready for us. We received this agenda on Friday afternoon, and there is a lot to look at and research, and unless I'm spending the weekend emailing, calling staff, asking questions about the agenda, you just got Monday and then you're here Tuesday. But the staff that I've spoken with have said that would be wonderful, so.
All right.
My concern remains very similar to Commissioner Brooks. I don't want to vote on something that I don't know what the final issue is. I'd like to see the auditor come back and tell us what she recommends as far as the framework. Are we going to require special business meetings to pay certain bills? I'm not sure. I think that'll be hammered out in the next week when the auditor goes through her list. But I don't think it wise to vote on something and then say, let's figure out the rest later. I think we should figure it out up front before we vote on it. So I'd move to continue until next week.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue this. Any further discussion?
I'm going to be in Austin next week on Tuesday, so I would like that motion to say at a future date versus next Tuesday.
The second
that's
will
acceptable.
accept that.
Okay, so I don't have to tell any of you sitting here, but when we do that, instead of giving them 6 weeks, it's now down to 4, unless you want to start later, if we change. And I think it's important for you to certainly be here and weigh in on that. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Was that a request for a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have, do you wish to offer an amendment to their motion?
Yes.
Okay, or would you like to restate your motion?
Yeah, I would,
Well, we
instead
have a
of it
motion on the floor.
states, instead of it being discussed at the meeting next Tuesday, that it be discussed at a future meeting.
I'll accept that friendly
Or,
amendment.
or we could get a little more specific and
Okay.
say it's a meeting on the, I think that's the 7th, maybe, of March.
I accept at a future meeting.
Did your motion say next week?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So,
The second accepts.
all right, so as far as the rules to run this, we vote on the amendment, I believe. So we have a motion and a second to delay this until next week. Then we have an amendment to that motion and a second to change that motion to make it to have this discussion on the 7th. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment, unless if there's any other discussion, weigh in. But if not, all in favor of the amendment, cast your vote. Or oppose the amendment, cast your vote. All right, so the amendment is passed. Now we are to the amended motion to delay this until the March 7th meeting.
Move approval.
Well, we already have a motion
that's
and
right.
a second,
We just have to
so
vote. I'm sorry.
any further discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. I'm not sure what the purpose of this is, but
It's the
I'm talking about
same
of my
motion.
vote, not of what y'all said. So, all right, so it passes 4-1. All right, so we'll take that up on March 7th.
Thank you.
All right.
Could I just make a procedural comment?
Sure.
And that is that over the history of this court, we have extended the courtesy to any member of the court who asks that an item be delayed, that we delay that item without going through the rigmarole of a motion and a second. It's a courtesy that we extend to each other.
Thank you for stating that. Next up, we have from the auditor, approval of release of depository collateral.
Yes, as outlined in your court communique, we're asking the court to approve the release of the $305 million of collateral. And as noted in the communique, it's always a large increase related to payments, tax payments coming in at the end of the year. And then we release that collateral back to the bank because it's no longer necessary as we disperse those monies out to other entities.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor or opposed, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
And the other item we have today is we're asking the court to receive and file the auditor's report related to the sheriff's commissary operations. I would simply note that you have a response from the sheriff, but it really doesn't address any of the items that we identified in our report. And these items are not items that were identified for the first time this year. So again, from an accounting bean counter auditor's perspective, we think the controls and procedures could be enhanced as noted in our report.
All right, any motion or discussion?
I have some comments. So I absolutely agree with what the auditor has said. And I'm going to read her report or her observations and recommendations. And this has got to be concerning to others. If it's not, then that's concerning. But number one, she said procedures related to the oversight of system roles and permissions do not exist. Since our audit of fiscal year 2018, we have reported that standardized procedures to periodically review access permissions were not in place. Additionally, an audit trail report is not readily available to review for adjustments or inappropriate activity. Furthermore, documentation that adequately defines all actions allowed for each role and permission does not exist. As a result, a risk exists that errors or fraud could go undetected. This is since fiscal year 2018. Her recommendations: As previously recommended, the sheriff's office should implement standardized procedures whereby a system administrator performs a periodic review of access permissions and verify that the permissions align with the user's current job duties. We also recommend management request the vendor to provide documentation that describes all actions allowed for each role and permission. Furthermore, management should request the vendor to provide a report that lists all adjustments made by staff. This report should be reviewed at least monthly and the review documented. Now, that's just number one. There's number two, the commissary vendor did not remit payments to the county in accordance with the contract. Since our fiscal year 2018 audit, we have reported that procedures, okay, so if you read through this thing, then there's number three, controls over commissary inventory are not adequate. Since fiscal year 2014, we have reported that controls over inventory are lacking. And, you know, everybody can pull that up and to look at it and review her recommendations. So, since it appears that these issues date back so far, and the auditor's letter clearly indicates she has notified the sheriff of these issues previously, I would like to hear from the sheriff detailing the reasons these items have not been corrected. She continues to cite the same issues and offer the same recommendations. How many times does our auditor have to tell the sheriff the same thing over and over? And I did read his letter, his response, and it's very dismissive. Thank you for your work. My staff and I will look at this. Look at it from 2014 to
There was a change in
2023.
vendor around the 2018.
okay.
And these issues have been part of the change of the vendor when the sheriff selected a different vendor.
Is this an
So-
annual audit?
Yes, we're required, the Commissioners Court is actually required again by statute to audit the commissary fund, and then the court has designated the auditor as the person who actually conducts that audit. So we perform this audit annually, and as you'll see attached, you have a copy of the document that actually goes to the state of Texas associated with our review of the commissary fund. So we file that report with the state annually. So yes.
So on that commissary contract, how long has the contract been renewed without the processes being in place?
I don't know how many times it's been renewed because it could have been for more than an annual term. But we have been looking at this on an annual basis and have expressed these same concerns for a while now. And so, yes, that's all I was pointing out this morning is that we believe that they are serious enough that we would like to ask the sheriff to consider working with the vendor to find a solution that would benefit both the vendor, the county, and obviously the inmates as well. So that's our request in the report.
Okay, to GK, so of course you're privy to this information. Does your office not work with the sheriff to come up with a plan to address the auditor's concerns? I'm so confused
So
how this can go on so long.
normally what happens is whenever the auditor issues her audit report, you'll see as part of the presentation back to court, and I believe we did one on the fire marshal the other day, where they go through each of the different areas that were identified as being deficient and give us their recommendations as to how they are going to improve and meet the requirements of the county auditor. And basically, we circle back after a certain period of time. Now, there are some issues that we are not able to do. For example, with the justices of the peace and the separation of duties because of the limited staffing. Those issues are brought back to the court. But normally you would see a response from the department that was being audited on how they intend to address those.
And I would just explain to the new court members that The auditor is statutorily required to audit. I don't have a choice not to audit. When we do those audits, consistently in my 27 years here, we have presented those to the Commissioners Court. There have been occasions where elected officials have shown up at the court meeting and actually disagreed with the auditor. And as an elected official, there's not me, you, or anyone else, to my understanding, that could cause the sheriff or any other elected official to take action, because I could seek a writ of mandamus in the district court, but that's not going to happen in the short time I have left here, and it's never happened over the last 27 years. So to me, making certain that I provide this information to the governing body and in a public forum, and as Mr. Manius pointed out, most often we will have some attempt to address the concerns and the reasons they either can or cannot move forward with those concerns. That is the way that we've functioned in presenting audits to this governing body for each and every elected official and department heads. If you're a department head and you work under the auspice of the Commissioner's Court, then we do work very closely with Mr. Manius' office to address how to best fix those items that we identify, as well as working with the department head. If it's an elected official, whether it's a JP or constable, the sheriff, any other elected official, we simply go through this process that we're doing here today with the auditor sharing with you what the concerns are. And then again, what that elected official does is their discretionary duty to make that decision on how to address the auditor's findings.
And so his letter says, it's dated February 3rd, and it's to you. The Tarrant County Sheriff's Office received the auditor's 2021 commissary operations audit report on February 25th, 2023, which hasn't happened. Today is the 21st. The report has been reviewed by myself and members of the Sheriff's senior staff, and he appreciates the time your team put into this.
Right. We did speak with their staff people. I don't know that anyone actually spoke with the sheriff. I did not. Let me be very clear about that. But we did speak with his chief of staff.
He is or is not?
He is in the building.
Can he come address this, Mr. Manius? Can he come address
Sure, you can
this?
speak on this. This is an agendized deal, and the sheriff can respond.
And whatever action y'all wish to take today, you simply receive and file these. You're not approving them again. And that is, to me, what puts them in the public record is that they're received and filed by the Commissioner's Court. They're placed in the public record, and we also put them on the auditor's webpage so that the public has access to any and all reports that we issue.
You know, it would be great to get a plan of correction. Hear what he plans to do. These recommendations have been ignored for too long. And this is not, I don't support law enforcement. This is clear dereliction. So, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, and I'm sorry I was at the back and a little stalled. Here's our situation. We agree with the auditor. We haven't disagreed. What we have had an issue with is we have detention officers running our warehouse. We don't have a warehouse manager. And the programs we've looked into are very, very expensive. And we do have an extreme staffing shortage on doing all this. Do we want to correct it? Absolutely. It's just going to take money and people. And we want to do that. And I recognize some of that has been around way previous to me. And there's some issues that have not been corrected. And like we said in the letter, we plan to look at every one of those things. We plan to try to address them and do the best we can with what we have.
Okay, that's not what the letter says. This has been going on way too long. Can you give the court your plan for getting these issues corrected? Not today, not the second. No, not the second.
Certainly, we can respond to that.
Okay. All right.
Sheriff, my concern with it is the auditor points out that the vendor was habitually late in commission or commissary payments, et cetera, and are subject to late fees. Have we tried to collect? late fees from the vendor?
Right.
Have we tried to collect?
We haven't traditionally, in the history of commissaries, charged late fees. But I know that's one of the things she noticed, and certainly something that we're going to re-review and see why we've done that.
Well, I know we have contracts with vendors, and if they don't perform or if they're falling short of our expectations, that's always subject for review. So I'd be interested in making sure that whatever vendors we're doing business with in the county are holding up their end of the deal. So,
Certainly, we will review that and see what we got. Absolutely.
All right,
I'd
any other?
like to point out that Ms. Tidwell pointed out that we've had a change in vendor, perhaps 2018. The previous vendor was one with whom we had a long relationship, and they were familiar with the way we operated. We were familiar with the way they operated. This new vendor apparently has not bonded very well with the county and could use a little correction.
Yes, sir.
But we're renewing we've renewed the contract, right?
I think it was a 5-year contract. I don't believe we've renewed it.
I'm not certain of the term. I don't have that knowledge at this moment.
Okay, any other questions for the sheriff? I'm sure they can come back and tell us what they plan to do, if anything, at a later time. All right, so before us is receiving and filing the auditor's report for the Tarrant County Sheriff's Commissary Operations. Any other discussion on this item, or do we have a motion?
motion to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file from Commissioner Ramirez. I'll second it. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, I believe we now move to Criminal Courts Administration, the first item removed from the consent agenda. Mr. Schugert, do you have something to share here on this topic?
Yes, Your Honor. Commissioners, the criminal courts are just asking the Commissioners Court to receive and file the felony attorney fee schedule effective January 25th, 2023 in accordance with the Code of Criminal Procedures. The courts just have to give you a copy of what the judges are doing, and we ask you to receive it.
All right. Any questions from the court to Mr. Schugert? All right. Seeing none, we do have someone signed up to speak to this item. Mr. Bennett.
Good morning again, Judge and Commissioners. I would like to thank both Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Brooks for stating you will not vote for something that you've not seen. Unfortunately, our tax assessor collector at the appraisal district doesn't feel the same way when she was trying to give a $1.2 million.
Okay, please limit your comments to this particular agenda item.
All right, well, I just noticed she wasn't here, and I still want her to explain to you about the snow. The criminal justice system for indigent people, we don't have a public defender's office. And I see the fee schedule. Excuse me. Well, in the past, there's not been a real good record keeping, I believe, when it comes to public disclosure on assigning indigent cases. Under Sharon Wilson, there were judges allowing these cases to be given to particular attorneys. And it's called the wheel. If you're all not familiar with the wheel, it's a hierarchy of a lawyer here all the way down to a lawyer here, and as the cases come up, you just go down the list and provide that attorney to the indigent person who has 25% or less of median income within Tarrant County. And if there's somebody that doesn't speak English, then you jump out of the wheel and supply the person who has the best linguist to communicate. If someone's deaf, you want somebody who knows a lawyer who's has a background in communicating with people hard of hearing, which I am. Well, it's been chronicled in the paper that this has not always been the case, that the wheel was applied fairly. So within this, I want the court to amend, not necessarily the fee schedule, but to at least address that the courts are treating people who are indigent and who are assigned an attorney in a fair and equitable manner. Whether it's hearing impaired, whether it's language, I mean, there's statutes within the state code that requires that. But I don't think one attorney should be favored over another attorney. I can cite examples, and one of them is now a current judge in CDC 10, but I will not. I've made myself clear. I hope that we find a better way in Tarrant County to assign attorneys to people who are under criminal prosecution and can't afford one. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing that I would point out is that I do not believe that the wheel is administered by the district attorney's office. It is probably administered by criminal courts administration, not the district attorney's office.
Thank you for the clarification.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Anyone else have any questions or any discussion on this item? So it's the item before us is to receive and file the felony attorney fee schedule for county criminal courts.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Brooks. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, next up, we have Human Resources. First up is receive and file the personnel agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? All in favor, please cast your vote. And opposed, cast your vote. I need to learn to do that. All right, passes 5-0. Gary, did you wish to approve that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Passes 5-0.
Voted for it.
Next up is review of annual employee compliance training program guidelines.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for approving the first item. The second item, Ms. Johnson is providing you all with a handout, and I wanted to give you just a high-level summary of what has, or what the previous discussion was with the Commissioner's Court about this compliance training. And then I want to give you an update on where we are currently. So again, Ms. Johnson, who's providing the handouts, is the individual here at the county who is tasked with management development training. And so she works firsthand with all of our employees on training initiatives. She provides customized training for departments. She works with vendors, outside vendors who provide training, and she does an exceptional job. So in terms of the compliance training, your handout provides you with, I think, a pretty good summary of what has occurred actually over the past several years. The HR department has worked in partnership with the Criminal District Attorney's Office, with our IT department, with the County Administrator's Office to put together compliance training. Compliance training was deployed in November of last year. And after a lot of discussion, after a lot of review with the previous court, training was agreed to, again, compliance training for all employees of Tarrant County. That includes elected officials. So there were no exceptions to training. I'm happy to report that as of today, we have a completion rate countywide of about 85% of our employees have completed the training. That actually breaks out into two categories. We have training for non-supervisors, and that requirement is 5 courses for a total of 1 hour and 45 minutes. The second group would be our supervisors. Their training requirement is a little bit more intense. There are 10 courses, and in total, the required time is about 3 hours and 20 minutes. So again, we've been very pleased with participation from our departments, actually just unsolicited. I received a comment from one of our judges last week in a meeting that we were in together, and he indicated that he was very pleased with his training experience and that it was very helpful to him in the operations of his department and his interaction with staff. The handout that you have on the second page, you should see a description, well, maybe not a description, but a list of the training courses that are required for non-supervisors as well as supervisors. You all should know that the content, the courses, we actually did go through a bid process with purchasing at a total cost of $13,580. It's what it's costing us for that course content. We do use our learning management system to deploy training, and so we're able to push out to each employee the training courses that they're required to take, and then of course the learning management system tracks that for us. We'll send out reminders to employees and supervisors who have not completed training. So that's just a very high level description of what we've been involved in, and hopefully Ms. Johnson is nearby in case you all have any specific questions about the training.
Ms. Glenn, we have talked about this at length over several meetings. I don't know why we're talking about it at length again. There is a deadline for completion of this training. That information is not included in this document. That's what we basically need to know. What is the deadline?
So, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. So supervisors have 90 business days to complete their training, and I believe for that initial group that started the training in November, their date is March 6th.
March 6th.
For supervisors. We've already ended I don't have the specific date, but I know we ended in February, I believe, for the employees.
So I have not completed my training.
So you have until March 6th. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
All right, any other questions or comments? I know we have several people here in the audience today that want to address it. One is a public comment and one is elected officials. So first I'll bring up Mr. Bennett again.
Judge O'Hara, I promise it'll be the last time today you'll see me at this podium. I didn't get a chance to call Ms. Glenn's office, so maybe she can answer this question. Is a terminal provided within the building or within sub-buildings where people can sit and actually take the test or take their CEs? Because
say that again.
Is technically savvy. Like when you go to a central...
Ask the question again. I didn't hear the question.
As some people that go to a central testing area to take a certification for a professional continuing education courses, you're asking these employees to go on to a module, take the test, and then certifies that they've done it. Is there a terminal in this building or in a sub-building where the police can go to take their test, to where county employees can go take their test? Not everybody has a computer, not everybody has a cell phone. I just want Ms. Glenn to say that there are terminals available for people to be in compliance.
Let me answer.
Yes, sir.
From Precinct 1's point of view, all of our administrative staff have terminals. Our road crews do not have terminals assigned to them. However, at our precinct garage, there are 3 terminals that are available to all employees so that they can not only do their training, but they can enter their time, request time off, do the various things that one does when one's an employee and needs a terminal to deal with HR or payroll or anybody else.
Well, I appreciate that, because I know people that work for MHMR, and what I was concerned about is that it's not in the documentation. I read the documentation. I just didn't see where it says terminals will be provided or something to that effect.
We provide terminals.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to speak to this?
May I also add something there, Judge? When we were initially talking about the program and the rollout, we were working also with information technology. And so they had indicated to us that if there was a department that needed additional technology, computers, laptops, that they would make them available so that they can complete training.
Thank you. Okay. I know some elected officials wanted to address it. Is anyone going to?
Well,
And then I'm going to have comments.
let me say this
Sure.
to Mr. Bennett's comment or concern. Precinct 2 Maintenance Center has had problems in the past. It's been a mess with getting loaner computers out to them. So I know that's a concern for the leadership at the Precinct 2 Maintenance Center.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, good morning once again, and I do want to speak to this. Is number one is you're not going to find anybody more pro-training than I am. I believe strongly in training. I absolutely personally engage in training all the time. Last year, our academy had 110,000 student hours in training in 2022. My training just this year already, I've been involved in 8 hours of training that are mandated by the state of Texas or the federal government in regards to things that we do in law enforcement. The subjects, the thing that I have here is the subjects that are covered that are mandated, we're already doing, and more of it. Is that we certainly cover these issues, the things that the DA was concerned about. We cover them in greater length than this training is. We review not only the law, but the policy and appropriate things. We also is that in our leadership training is required of all of our people that are in leadership, that they go through. In fact, the program that we have developed here, the servant leadership program that we've developed here is now being requested all over North Texas, and multiple agencies throughout Tarrant County are following our lead and coming to our academy. The thing that I have about this is that on several levels is that this would cost the sheriff's office 2,200 hours in overtime. We don't want pod officers sitting there going through this training while they're watching prisoners. We don't want zone officers to step out and go for an hour of training. We will have to do it afterwards. That's to the tune of almost $100,000 in overtime that we're talking about. But beyond the training that we do, and significant training that we do, this is redundant, but one of the issues is that we also, when people come into the sheriff's office, they come in, and one of the things that we give them is what we refer to as our HELOS card. And I've got some extras here today that I'll be happy to give the commissioners, because what it is a reflection of our mission statement plus our value statement. And wrapped up in there, there's some key words and key things that we unpack as we go through our training. And that idea of having respect for all people that are in your presence, regardless of their status, whether they be an inmate or a customer on the street or whoever, but also deal with things in an honorable way, an honorable character. And if somebody violates one of these policies, such as sexual harassment, they've already violated our value system, and we're going to be very concerned about that. But our HELOS card is we outline it with what we want. And also in this training is active shooter training, very proactive shooter training. But the active shooter training in this is polar opposite of what we teach our deputies. We don't want them running. We don't want them hiding. We want them charging in with the gust of a hound dog to absolutely neutralize that. And I don't want them wasting their time training and thinking that anything else that we want them to do other than vigorously pursue the bad guy and certainly neutralize that. But so what I would ask the court today, and what I think is this has put a constraint on us, is to remove the mandates of the training and take that portion off of it, because people are doing it. We are spending overtime on it because we haven't said to people you don't have to. And I didn't do that until this opportunity. But I would love to see the mandate come off of this and this training. Again, we do it all. We do all of this training and more. And it's vigorous. In fact, our sexual harassment policy is much more complex and vigorous than the county. And our mandate is that we train on it every 2 years, that people have to review those policies and procedures. So we're doing that. Everybody that comes on board in the sheriff's office goes over those policies, and they review them, and they're taught on them. In the academies, they go over the law, they go over cultural sensitivity. There's hours and hours spent on that, and certainly the leadership. But my ask today would be is that I think this is redundant training, and that's something that we do not need in the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. The district clerk would oppose this policy, just as I did when it was first mentioned months and months ago. I very quickly gave a few things then, since I didn't really understand what it was going to be about. I'd like to enlarge upon those remarks this morning, if I may. First of all, there's a couple of things that the sheriff mentioned that I'd like to second that. This is superfluous, it's redundant. We've done all of these things for as long as I've been in office. Let me just mention our last conference in October. We get a $25,000 grant from the Court of Criminal Appeals every year where we can bring in top-notch speakers. People like Katrina Greider, who's a recognized national employment law person. She costs $5,000. These are not small-time folks. Let me just mention here, for instance, the first item on the agenda for this last conference is on ethics, which goes into a lot of different things and does include dealing with employees. Cybersecurity, another security matter that's in these training materials. Also, you have a professional security guy who was in there for an hour and a half that deals with corporations and whatnot on major security and how they handle their security. And finally, HR do's and don'ts when dealing with employees from the Hays County Human Resources Director. To my knowledge, and in discussion with my colleagues, all of our state associations offer these kinds of courses in their annual, or even in some instances semi-annual conferences. In fact, one of my colleagues is at one of those conferences today as we speak. I have sat on the board of directors of the District Court Alliance for 20 years. I guarantee you I'm one of the ones that causes some of these things to go on the agenda, even though some of the smaller counties don't have these kind of problems, but we prevail so far. I think we'll continue to do so. I would also take issue with the fact that, and let me get the document, and I'll elaborate on this a little further in a minute. Apparently, and it doesn't really say who's going to be doing this, but under the non-compliance situation, employees will receive first-level disciplinary action for non-compliance. And it goes on to talk about even apparently the elected official can somehow be sanctioned. I believe that's contrary to what the law says, and I'll get into that in a minute. In addition to, the training things that we talk about, every new deputy, including the two that I swore in this morning before court, gets to have a dissertation from me on these items right here. They have to sign it, and we, of course, archive these things. On the agenda here is harassment, physical threats, hostile work environment, sexual harassment. These are gone into in detail. We have, in the civil service rules, a number of large sections about don't do that. So really, it comes down, I don't know what the county paid for this program. It's bound to have been something, since it appears to be from an outside source. But to me, it doesn't really bring anything to the table. We even put items out of the civil service rules on this kind of thing on our regular staff meetings that we have quarterly. So it has not gone unnoticed by this elected official. Now, I'd like to just mention a little bit about what I said earlier, that I'm not sure I know of any authority that allows the HR department or Commissioner's Court to levy a disciplinary action against another elected official's deputies or the elected official. Let me just quote you. I just only had time to go back through the current Attorney General, who just issued an opinion that touched on this. But the previous two wrote a number of opinions, Greg Abbott and John Cornyn. I would respectfully remind the court that both of those gentlemen were Supreme Court judges before they went to be the Attorney General. But some of the case law that all of them cite, I'll just touch on that. Commissioner's Court powers are not limitless. It's talking about your budgetary authority. We certainly all concede that. In Texas, every elected officer occupies a sphere of authority which is delegated to him by the Constitution and laws, within which another officer may not interfere or usurp. And it goes on to cite the case law that Attorney General's opinion is based on. Also, here's another one from Greg Abbott, citing the sphere of authority idea. The clerk's sphere of authority encompasses authority over both the records in the clerk's office and the resources and personnel employed in the clerk's office. Then you had another one from John Cornyn. We conclude that the county officer, well, this talks about firing somebody. It is for an elected county official to decide how to use the employees who work in his or her office to accomplish the officer's constitutional and statutory authorities. Further, it is for the officer to determine what activities constitute a legitimate use of the employee's official time. Dropping down and skipping some of that case law they cite and other AG opinions, stating that the Commissioner's Court may not substitute its judgment for that of another constitutional officer in determining how to deploy the resources placed at the officer's disposal. And then you've got another one by John Cornyn, which addressed all of those issues. And it talks about the budgetary authority, but it cannot make those decisions for him, meaning the Commissioner's Court. It may, in effect, tell that official what resources it will place at his disposal, but it may not micromanage his decisions as to the use of those resources. And finally, a Greg Abbott opinion, the header is an elected official's authority over his or her employees. Thus, and it cites a bunch of case law and whatnot, thus an elected county officer may decide how to use the employees who work in his or her office to accomplish the officer's constitutional and statutory duties. Similarly, though, a county commissioner court sets an elected county officer's budget, the officer may determine how best to use the funds to accomplish the office's constitutional and statutory duties. So my request to you today, I don't see a need for this program, since we're already doing it, just as the sheriff said, and I know the tax assessor does it, and the county clerk. Having talked with them, who are both unable to be here today, when you look at the civil service rules and what's required of the employees and what the penalties are, I'm not sure how much you can really add to it by having another program. I would be happy to visit with the court, either in closed session or otherwise. If there's some collaboration that needs to be done on this, nobody ever contacted me about it. And it does conflict with the mandated duties of our office. I mean, our people sit in front of a computer all day and they're doing stuff, much of which is time sensitive. They got walk-ins. They come up to the file desk. Where we were mandated under this program, we have to do it during work hours. They can't do it on their lunch hour. They can't do it on the breaks. That takes away from our time. And everything we do in our office is mandated by law or court rule. So, once again, this county has always had a tradition of collaboration with its elected officials. Be happy to talk further for it, but at this point, I would ask you to suspend the imposition of any disciplinary action. I would feel duty-bound to have to defend that on any employee that didn't take this, and I personally am not going to take it, and will, of course, defend myself should that become necessary, because I believe it conflicts with the law, and it's just not needed to accomplish the legitimate goals that we all seek. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other elected officials that want to address this, or someone said there may be a statement coming from someone? Is that coming? Sure. Judge Gregory.
County Judge, Commissioners, how are y'all doing today?
Good.
I had not planned on speaking today, but since my colleagues have gotten up here, I must stand up and speak on this. My office is in compliance. I have taken this program. I'm absolutely appalled at it. Some of the processes that it goes through, some of it is good, some of it is not, but it takes a swing that I preferably don't like. My office is duty-bound to treat everyone equal and fairly. That comes before my court, and once again, I don't think you can discipline myself or my employees for not following it, though I did ask them if they wanted to complete it, which all of them complied. But after I completed it, I preferably did not like it, and I hadn't had a chance to have a meeting with my commissioner about it, but I was going to speak with him, and I think I texted him a few minutes ago and said that I absolutely oppose this, some of the stuff that it goes into. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other elected officials? All right, let me address a couple of things. Some of the courses in here I think are good and I think are needed and useful in today's day and age. Some of them I vehemently disagree with.
Which one?
I'll speak as I choose to. Thank you. But when it comes to the idea that the centralized administration or a department thereof has authority over elected officials, that's where I draw the line. So I don't even think it's legal. I think if it were challenged, I think it would fail. But at the end of the day, the bosses of the elected officials are the people. It's not county administration. It's not HR. It's not a compliance director. And each elected, and I don't believe this court has the authority to mandate what other elected officials whose true only bosses are the people that elect them, has the authority to tell them what to do or what not to do. So then the idea that, and whatever you want to label it, central administration, HR, some officer can then turn around and issue punishment to someone because they don't want to teach something or don't believe it, I think is a mistake. And when you read some of these topics, you could get the impression that we previously apparently had a bunch of people around here who didn't know how to work with others, who didn't know how to treat others, who didn't know how to get along with others. Now, I know that's not true. I know that this has been a place where it's a family atmosphere. People get along, people respect each other, people take care of each other. That's why I keep seeing in my office every month people that have been here 35 years, 30 years, 25 years. I believe much of this is unnecessary. And to answer your question, overcoming unconscious bias in the workplace, I disagree with that vehemently.
Of course you would.
Yeah, of course I would, because I think I can treat other people well, and I think other people can treat other people well. And it's the year 2023, and when this was passed, I guess it was 2021. You know, if we're hiring people in this county that don't know how to get along with their fellow man or woman, then we have a problem with hiring. We have a problem with the people who are supervising them and leading them. And I happen to believe that people generally are good and well-natured and treat people well. I know that's true for me in my office, and I think it's true for every elected official in here. My biggest complaint by far is the idea that non-elected people from a bureaucracy can then dictate what elected officials do or don't do with their people. And I'm not sure it would withstand a legal challenge, but I'm vehemently opposed to it to begin with. So those are my comments. Any other comments, questions?
As a commissioner who attends the Texas Association of County Training, which, by the way, a duly elected county commissioner is required by law to have 16 hours a year of training and continued education. And some of this education has to do exactly with what this is about. So it's been there for us. I've been commissioner 16 years, and it's always been there. I've certainly sat in a number of those classes and learned, but those, we've got that. I don't see a need for this. So.
And my question would be the genesis of this. I think the sheriff alluded to the fact that in prior years, prior to 2021, there's a myriad of training courses that employees have to go through, especially in law enforcement. I know that to be true, but where this came from and why it, all of a sudden became a mandate for employees in 2021. I wasn't here, obviously. I'm curious.
Yes, Commissioner. I think I can speak to that. So, again, just for some context, the county has provided voluntary training for well over a decade, if not longer. And so we offer courses to employees that run the gamut of telephone etiquette to managing employees, harassment training, et cetera. So we've had voluntary training available for a long period of time. In the last several years, again, in partnership with the Criminal District Attorney's Office, there was a need that was felt that we needed some mandatory training so that we could document, when necessary, training courses that our employees have taken. It's very common when we receive complaints from the EEOC, which we do on a regular basis. We certainly have employees who do know how to treat people, who do interact well, and we have some who don't. And so the mandatory training, again, it was felt that it was necessary that we be able to document that our employees did have training, did take training, and that training was documented. The learning management system, which was rolled out, I believe, in January of last year, okay? January of last year, gave us an opportunity to be able to push that training out to employees, therefore having it documented that training had been offered and taken. And so the courses, the 5 courses for non-supervisors, the 10 courses for supervisors, that was the training, again, that we worked with the Criminal District Attorney's Office on. And so that was the recommended training. Again, the previous court members, this was discussed with them. All of the court members had an opportunity to review the training, provide comment. We did have a session, again, at the end of last week. The court had a session. As I recall, I think the only feedback that we got from the court was Commissioner Fickus, and he had some concerns about the amount of time that employees and supervisors were being given to complete the training. So we made some edits based upon his feedback, and then that's where we are today.
Now, has there been, is there a market risk to the county for not having mandatory training? Do other counties have mandatory training?
I know that other counties have mandatory training. I'll ask Ms. Johnson. Again, she worked directly with Sharon Wilson, our prior district attorney, and her staff. I will say, before Ms. Johnson comments, if she has one, I will say that the Criminal District Attorney's Office, like other departments, do have mandated training for their staff. And Ms. Wilson was very eager to have training through the LMS, or Learning Management System, up and going, because she had a separate contract with an outside provider, vendor. And so they were eager to end that relationship, because again, that was costing the county money, and felt like what we were offering through our learning management system would suffice for her staff. So, and I'll let Ms. Johnson speak to what we, what knowledge we have of what is going on with other counties.
I cannot speak to what's going on with other counties. We actually did contact other counties, and they are doing a myriad of things. What I would say is that with the lack of compliance training does cause a risk to both the organization and there's a personal liability that comes along with failure to comply with federal law. And I'm sure the DA can speak to the county's liability for lack of training. But certainly when you place individuals in leadership, there's a level of personal liability that comes to that individual. And so we wanted to make sure that individuals were aware of what behaviors could constitute harassment. How should they report? The training that was provided, what's interesting is that we piloted these courses for 2 years. And we had departments like the Sheriff's Department, like the DA's office, like medical examiners. All of our large departments that wanted to participate voluntarily had the opportunity to do so. All of our leadership, our elected officials had the opportunity to take the courses, and provide feedback. And so we were attempting to be very intentional, because we understand that our organization, we do have wonderful people who work for our organization. And they've been working here for a long time, like me. But we don't think that they got that way just by happenstance. we actually have worked to create a culture, a healthy culture, where people know how to respect each other, know how to work together well. And so we don't think that that's just something that happened. We created that culture, that safe environment through training. And so that was our intent to do so. In fact, when we were preparing the guidelines for this program, we worked closely with the Sheriff's Department HR, and they were very supportive and wanted us to participate and have this kind of training required. Because in the past, some departments may provide some level of training, but in the past, we did not provide this level of compliance training consistently for all county employees. So we did not expect our little 16-minute active shooter training to in any way supplant or be a substitution for all of the advanced training that our law enforcement officers received. But we certainly do have other departments, employees in other departments that had never had access to know what to do if there was an active shooter situation. So we thought that that was important for them to have that level of information. It's only 16 minutes. The 5 courses that we selected, along with the DA's office and others, cost us $1.85 per employee. Our training for our supervisors coming into new roles, this new role, have not had, they might have gone to a training and had ADA training. They may be at some point familiar with family medical leave, but have we provided it consistently across the board to everyone in leadership? We had not done that in the past. And it had been the goal that once we established and implemented our learning management system, that we would be able to deploy this kind of training for all employees.
We have spent an inordinate amount of time talking about 106 minutes of training for employees. 106 minutes of training for employees. Compliance training is not a new concept. This is not 1950s. And just, I'll say it in case you two can't see it. If you remove overcoming your unconscious bias from this list, this training will pass. It's political. That's all this is, okay? So this is too much, way too much explaining. This should have been a vote and done with. Compliance training is not new. Everybody needs it.
And let me just add one more.
I would follow up on the risk comment to the county. I think what I've heard, and I'm curious to hear the district attorney's opinion on this, is that the risk for elected officials would be there because they independently control their own body of employees. So long as the county offers this training, an elected official could independently mandate that their employees who work under them take this training, but the county cannot legally mandate training for an elected official's employee. Am I correct?
So, Commissioner Ramirez, I'm going to have to walk a fine line here between giving legal advice in an open forum and answering your questions, so I'm going to do my best here. So apologies if I can't give you a direct answer on everything. But there is a risk here. Litigation is number one. Having some sort of anti-discrimination, anti-harassment training would be the first line of defense and the first response that we would give in response to a EEOC complaint or some piece of litigation. And to the extent that a department falls under the control of the Commissioner's Court, I believe the court can set policies for those departments, and that's different from an elected official. However, as was noted earlier, the court has the ultimate power of the purse strings here and can set budgets and can keep that in mind whenever there's a question about whether a policy is being complied with or not.
And I'll just expand to address the unconscious bias training. We had something similar. We had an experience a few years ago with a course being put on around the country that was called implicit bias, not unconscious bias. Now, I haven't taken this training, so I'm not sure if it's very similar, but I do know that that course around the country, and especially here at home, caused a lot of division and a lot of consternation with the employees. It essentially was bias in and of itself, the training. I'm not saying that's this training, I haven't taken it, but I know that type of course has been very divisive in the past, and I wouldn't want to expose any members, to that. One shouldn't mandate that they have to take that if that's going to be the case.
So I don't want to sit here and come up with examples, but if there were 3 votes on this court that said you have to teach X to your employees, I could find 1,000 you'd be against. This body should not have the power, and I don't believe legally does, to say you must do this yourself and with your employees. And so if you want to participate in unconscious bias training or anything else on this list, have at it. And if you don't, you shouldn't be mandated to, but the last thing you shouldn't have to do, that we shouldn't do, is have people that work under this court or Tom Wilder or Phil Sorrells or Mary Louise Nicholson or Wendy Burgess or whoever sits in these positions in 2 years or 4 years, whatever the case may be, where they tell them what to do. And that's what this is. So you want to have it and offer it and say you can do it, you can use it if you choose to, here's the materials, you've already purchased it, have at it. But the notion that this court can sit there and tell Tom Wilder, you must do this and you must tell your people to do it, I'm fundamentally against, because they don't report to us. We set their budgets. We don't tell them, here's how you run your office, here's how you run the DA's office, just like we don't tell Phil Sorrells, you're no longer going to go do capital murder cases. You're no longer going to go after theft. That's not our role, in my opinion, and I realize what's happened in the past. Well, there's 3 new people on here now. So I am against this program being mandatory in every way, shape, or form. And I do want to address Commissioner Simmons, one thing since you brought it up. If you took out unconscious bias, I still wouldn't be for this, for the reasons I just laid out. Any other discussion? Or would anyone like to make a motion?
What action are we taking on this? Is it to approve it or deny it?
It is.
Make it involuntary, or make it unmandatory?
Well, I think we can take whatever action we choose to take, or none.
No, what's it say on
Currently,
here?
we have an order that makes it mandatory.
Yeah.
We have a standing commissioners court order that makes this mandatory.
So what are we talking about?
So there's no action by the court in that way.
When this came up last year, I had grave reservations about it, and I still do. But the fact is, we're 85% of the way through this thing. And we've invested money, we've invested employee time. To cut and run just doesn't make much sense.
I'd move to continue to offer the training, but make it non-mandatory.
You are free to make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to discontinue this training as mandatory and make it available for anyone who wants to use it. Any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Everybody in? All right, so it passes 3-2. All right.
So the last item is item H4. This item was pulled from the consent agenda. Thank you, Jeanette. And this item is to approve changes to the table of organization for public health. This item, I believe the court has seen before. It was held Mr. Tanasia gave a fairly lengthy presentation, I believe it was last time that the court met, about just basic, funding and the structure of of the public health department. Their specific request is for 24 new positions that are going to be covered under the CDC Strengthen Public Health Infrastructure Workforce and Data Modernization Grant. Again, we are looking again at grant funding that to the tune of about $1.8 million. And so we'll take questions if you have questions.
These 14 new positions are all grant funded?
There are 24, and yes, sir, they're all, I'm sorry if I said 14, I was incorrect. There are 24 new positions. They are all grant-funded positions, which means, of course, that there is no obligation being made from the general fund. And just so that the court is aware, anytime that we hire employees into Tarrant County who occupy grant-funded positions, there is a statement that we use. We've used it for as long as I've been here, which is a long time, where the employee signs off and indicates that they are aware that the position that they're filling is grant-funded, and when those grant funds end, so does the position. So I'm sorry if I said 14. There are 24 new positions being requested.
So is Mr. Tanasia not here?
He is.
Okay. So this may be a question for you. I don't know. Do you have a plan for funding these positions after 5 years?
So currently, we are on a 5-year cycle with this grant, and our hope is that it will turn into somewhat of a repetitive grant. We've seen that happen with other grants like this. But if that doesn't happen, we'll likely know about like in the last year or so of that. And we'll, at that time, come back with what we're going to do. Is it going to be completely reduced, or is it going to be phased out? Usually they don't just flip the switch. Usually when they give out these dollars, they usually let you phase out these grant positions.
Okay. You had mentioned in whatever the last meeting was we met, you had mentioned that there were, prior to the start of COVID, and I'm assuming we're talking about January, February of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Prior to the start of COVID, you had 350 full-time positions in public health.
Yes, sir.
I believe what you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's now 505.
Correct.
Okay. And this will add 24 new ones, making 529. Then is there you have a plan, or I don't know if it's a plan, if it's a wish list, what you would call it, but to bring it up to 660 employees?
So what I was explaining was that we have 660 positions on our TO. A lot of them, we're running a big vacancy rate right now.
What's a TO?
The Table of Organization.
Okay.
Sorry for the acronyms. Okay. So there are 660 positions there, but the issue has been we're running a big vacancy rate because of a very hard to recruit market. With COVID, a lot of healthcare industry is facing that crisis of not finding the right people because everybody's hiring in that industry, and we're dipping in that same market where we have Dallas, Denton, a lot of other public health entities hiring. We had some experiences. We had veteran staff that were trained, and they are now working full-time remote for state of Colorado and Michigan because they were offered those opportunities for higher salary and complete work from home. So that's the environment that we're in, and that's a large vacancy rate.
Okay, so from 2020, if you had the 660 that you have in your table of organization, that would be, let's say you got it this year, in a 3-year period, that'd be 89% growth in that department.
Yes, sir.
So from the 350 to 505, how many of those positions, let me get this out, how many of those positions that were added were grant funded where the grant is no longer there?
So grants are there. So the growth that you're seeing.
Every one of the 155 positions that was added was grant funded?
Let me ask Heather Ambler. I think there were some positions approved last year in our general, the Tier 4 budget. 5, maybe 6. Those were on our regular Tier 4 budget. Okay. But otherwise, majority of our positions are grant funded, and those grants are still there.
Okay.
Some are expected to
Are you
phase
telling
out.
me there's not a single grant that took that increase up dating from 2020 that is now gone?
So some are ending. So that's why on this particular grant, we will have 32 or some positions where people will change grant funding source
Okay.
as their grants expire either in the middle of this year or early next year. So we plan to transition some of those folks off. And of course, some positions will end because there's no more alternative funding.
Okay, what I'm about to say may be a policy change, but I just want to clarify. 2 weeks ago, you had referenced in every grant, there's a 10% holdback.
Yes, sir.
That's basically given to the general fund to cover all those incidentals. Because I think everybody in the room knows when you add these positions, it's not zero cost, regardless of whether it's grant funded or not. Then there seemed to be a difference of opinion from Helen and Renee, and I just want to get clarification. So on this grant, is 10% being held back and put in the general fund to address all the overage?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding, and I think Helen verified that later as well.
Okay. But that's not our typical practice.
So do you want to speak on this or you want me to?
It is not our typical practice. We have some grants that have it, but a majority of them overall do not have the 10%.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Historically, the way it's been. I do also want to clarify that we spoke also of being advanced. We are almost exclusively reimbursement, and one of the reasons for that is even if a grant allows us to ask for money in advance, we're limited to asking for an amount that complies with our immediate reasonable needs. It's just easier on the county, and it was the practice when I arrived, and the practice we followed, is to seek reimbursement and not ask for money up front. So I did want to clarify that. So even if the grant allows it, we do not anticipate, even on this grant, asking for that money, nor is that money coming in the door because we're not asking for it. We wait till we've spent the money is reviewed prior to the request is reviewed prior to expending the funds. We review those, the money's spent, and then we seek reimbursement.
Okay, so just to make it simple for me, where there are expenses that we incur as a result of these new positions, when those expenses are incurred, we will go into the grant to request to be paid into the general fund. No.
Unless it's correct. We have approximately 158 grants, and of those, we have 4, now 5, that we have indirect cost on them.
Okay.
And the indirect cost would be put into the general fund as revenue, but I do need to be clear, it's a really small amount in comparison to the dollars that we're expending, the dollars that we're receiving overall for the grant program. And we can bring back to the court a specific list, which I do not have today, of the grants that we have that Helen mentioned, the less than 6, 4 or 5, whatever it is, that have indirect costs and those amounts that are recorded in the general fund for revenue.
Yeah, I would like to see that. And the reason being, I have heard this phrase considerably in my 6-8 weeks here, whatever it's been, which is it's grant funded, as though that just covers the whole kit caboodle. But then there's always costs that hit the general fund. And if we have the opportunity, A, we need to know that. But B, if we have the opportunity through the grant to make sure that isn't a hit to the general fund, then I think we ought to be doing that. So, okay, those are the questions I had.
I have a question of Mr. Manius.
Yes, sir.
Sometime last year, from either CRF funding or ARPA funding, did we not commission a study about creating a world-class public health department?
Yes, we did.
Have we received that report?
We have not. We're in the final, we're reviewing the final draft already at this time.
Do these 24 positions that Mr. Taneja is asking for comport with the draft results of this study?
I would say generally, yes. There may be one or two that are not specifically identified in that study. I believe you have some 3 or 4 administrative people that were not specifically identified in there. Vinny is using those in a rotational basis to cover whenever he has absences. We also have a study that, not just the staffing related study, but also a data system study for public health because of some of the problems that we ran into when we were hit with the COVID.
All right, well, let me just point out that it was and continues to be the policy of this court that we need a world-class public health department here in Tarrant County. The reason for that is because you don't create a healthy community by waiting for people to get sick and then presenting for treatment. You create a healthy community by focusing on prevention and education. That is the role of public health. If we're going to create a healthy community in Tarrant County, we have to respect that role and we have to invest the dollars from whatever source. Grant funded is best because it does not create a burden on the taxpayers of this community. We have to make the investments necessary to create a world-class public health department in order to create a healthy Tarrant County.
And that's leadership.
Okay, any further discussion on this agenda item?
I have a question. The grant was already approved and accepted, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
So this is procedural.
This is procedural, and again, this will allow us to slot, for lack of a more intelligent term, these new positions where they belong in the public health table of organization.
Okay, with no further discussion, do we have a motion?
I move approval.
We have a motion to approve
I second.
this item. We have a second from Commissioner Fickus. Any discussion? Cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. It is, what time is it? 12:07, 12:08 here. We'll be back. Actually, we'll be back at 12:15. We are recessed until 12:15.
You got to just stop it, instead of
Sorry, I forgot.
Four, now five, with this new grant we're talking.
Matt Rose.
Really? About what?
It's for,
The childcare thing?
well, childcare, no, actually, it's women's care, the Gate House. This is right. They found it and funded it. Through their friends.
I don't think so. No.
It's a great
We
thing.
don't read comments.
Huh?
We don't read comments in the
No. Can, but.
I mean, we could be.
But we don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, we are going to go ahead and get started. First item up on the agenda is purchasing Ms. Lee back to the contract for compensation study services. So I think everybody up here is familiar with it. Is there anything you want to add? Because I have some comments and questions.
No.
Okay. Well, if you have something, please do.
No,
Yeah.
it's still
Okay.
the
All right.
exact same contract as
So,
presented before.
were we able, did you contact Dallas County?
Andrew's going to speak to that.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We did. Dallas County is one of the counties that has really twice our staff. So they go externally every 4 to 5 years, and then internally the rest of those years.
Can you tell me what that means?
So internally means their own staff goes to the market if needed,
Okay.
and then looks at it. Externally means they use an external consultant, so that's
Okay.
every 4 to 5 years.
When was the last time they did it?
It's been since before COVID. They didn't give me a specific year. I believe it's under consideration for this year.
All right, so let me make this comment at the very beginning. So no one should read my opposition to doing this every single year as some kind of anti-staff action or movement. That is just flat not the case. I do believe you should pay your people and pay them well and reward them and keep your promises. The question for me is, do we have to do it every single year? And we have to start looking at ways to save money, in my opinion. And this is a way to save money. Are you aware that the Sheriff's Department does their own study like this?
I'm not aware. I know the Law Enforcement Association has traditionally participated in our study with Korn Ferry, but no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so they do their own every year, but my understanding is then we also include the Sheriff's Department in this one also and pay for it.
Correct, it's part of the study.
So why would we pay for something if they're already doing it?
Well, we shouldn't.
I would agree with you. So that's why I'm opposed to this, and we need to get some concessions from this group. And I don't think we need to do this year. But if we're going to do it this year, we need to get some concessions from this group where we're not paying them to go do something that's already done. And then my next question would be, if the Sheriff's Department is able to have 2 people from their office go do this in a way they feel comfortable with, why can't other departments do this? Because the Sheriff's Department is doing it with 2 people and is the largest employer in the county, if I'm not mistaken.
I think part of your answer is what you just stated. They've got employees who can do that. Our smaller departments would not. Particularly, I can just speak for HR. We have 2 compensation-focused employees. We could not do this on a wide basis for the county, even subtracting just the sheriff's office. We've got plenty of responsibilities, and I'm sure many of our departments would feel the same.
Have we gone to the other elected officials and asked them if they can do this for their department, such as the district clerk or the county clerk or the tax assessor?
We have not. That has traditionally been a centralized focus for HR.
Okay. Feel free to ask questions. I mean, fire away, but I would ask that we postpone this item until we've done more diligence to try to save money. So I would ask that we postpone this to another meeting.
I don't have a problem with postponing it. I don't have a problem with not doing it every year. I do have a problem with accepting data upon which we rely from departments who have a vested interest in that data. If we're going to have data on markets and salaries, I'd like it to be from a disinterested third party and not from a department that is going to benefit from providing us with data.
It's a good point. Could you provide us with the specific Korn Ferry information from last year and what the Sheriff's Department did from last year for us to all take a look at?
I can give you Korn Ferry, but I don't have sheriff's information.
I'm sure the Sheriff's Department can get, if you'll ask, if you have any issues, let me know. Okay.
So, did the Sheriff's Department begin doing salary studies before the HR department, or did the HR department start doing salary studies before the sheriff's office? That speaks to the duplication of effort. If HR was already doing it, then my question would be, to his point, why do we have? So you would have to ask the sheriff's department. We would have to ask the sheriff's department. If HR was doing compensation studies, why did you feel a need to start?
I'm not aware of the sheriff's department doing a compensation study. I believe that the Sheriff's Association, which represents the employees, does a study so they can determine what they're going to ask us for. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
And I am supportive of a professionally conducted salary study. Again, this is 2023. We use vendors and contractors for everything else. This contract fee is not exorbitant. It's in line with what other counties and entities pay for compensation studies. And I think I was the first one that asked, did this need to occur every year? So I don't think we need to have them every year, but we certainly need to have professionally conducted compensation studies from, vendors who can get the work done. And I don't think we need to postpone. What are we postponing? We've talked about this before.
I think there's nuance with law enforcement and with the trades and every other department that's here. Law enforcement is relatively easy to do a salary study on because you're comparing to other publicly available data and resources. Your information is available, whereas most other departments are competing with private industry. Your IT departments, your accounting departments are competing with private industry. So I understand why a professional service like a salary study is necessary. Now, I'd frame my comments, though, and just say that in Tarrant County, we do things a whole lot better than a lot of other counties, and we do it a lot more efficiently. Our employees do more with less consistently. And I think we've got 2.2 million citizens and 4,300 employees with hundreds of vacancies. I mean, Dallas County has 2.5 million and 6,000 employees. Bexar County has 2 million citizens and 5,000 employees. So overall, our employees are doing an incredible job. And these are the maintenance workers that are building our roads that we're quite literally driving on. So making sure that we're compensating them adequately, I mean, that's something that I'm very, very interested in. I know COVID's upset the market, and so maybe a study is necessary this year, but I agree with my colleagues here that every single year we don't need to go out and reset it, especially if our peers like Dallas are only doing it every 4 or 5. And they're not having a problem hiring if, like our health director said, they're taking our employees from public health. So overall, I'm supportive of a study, but not every single year. So whatever model that looks like, I think we ought to take a look at that and take a long-range view and look at compensation broadly, I know that we put employee classifications all in the same buckets. You know, merit raises all come at the same times, step raises all at the same times. I think perhaps there should be some separation, you know, depending on which industry they're operating in, because that's who we're competing against in the broader pool of the workforce.
And to me, it doesn't mean that you don't give raises every year. I worked at the 911 district for 18 plus years, and I think our compensation studies were done every 3 years or something like that. But if we performed, we got an increase, right? So, and with regard to the sheriff's department, he gave me and my staff a 2.5-hour briefing a week or so ago, and I'm really concerned. I'm concerned about what he pays deputies. I think he showed us a scale of 10 agencies, and he pays second from the bottom. So a lot of good whoever's compensation studies are doing, because we're not paying our deputies well enough to bring them in and keep them here. Anybody can come and take our deputies. They're second from the bottom. So I don't know whose compensation study they're basing their salaries off of. But if it's theirs, they probably need to get a professionally done
So I do
compensation
want
study.
to make one point on that, and it's not necessarily about the compensation itself, but the Commissioners Court in the past has always plugged our salary levels at what we call P25, and what that basically means is that 25% of the industry pays less than we do, and 75% pay more than we do. So when you look at the Korn Ferry studies, it's always based to a great degree on how we equate or how we are judged by that P25. So when we look at law enforcement, now that's a very competitive thing right now, and even in the jail operations, our detention officers, we pay the highest entry of any detention officer in this region. And it still hasn't brought us the number of jailers that we need. So we just...
Well, I have opinions about that too. I mean, it could be morale, it could be other issues.
I'm dealing strictly with salary.
All right.
So we have always been at a P25 level for, gosh, forever. And so our compensation has been in that lower tier.
And we're very fortunate we're able to do that, like I said, operating as efficiently as we are, with thousands of fewer employees than like-sized counties.
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner Brooks, thank you for being supportive of the idea of looking at this again and taking it off. Now, I'm okay.
It's a courtesy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to break my own protocol from an hour ago. So, well, I'm willing to make a motion here, but if somebody else wants to make one, feel free. I would move that we forego the compensation study this year, revisit this during the budget session, and take a look at anyone who brings us from their own department, whatever they have, to take a look at it. I guess that's not really part of the motion. My motion is that we reject the bid for this year and take it up again next year. That's my motion. Do we have a second?
That's a much simpler motion.
Yeah, I could even understand that one. Do we have a second? All right, seeing none, it dies. Action, direction.
I would move that we do the study this year and determine during the course of the next year whether we need to do it again or whether we need to wait a year.
What determination have we made that we need to do it this year, other than we submitted it for bid? Other than this is just the way we do it every year, have we made any determination as to why we need it this year? That's not a question to you, that's a question to anybody.
Well,
Creates a baseline,
My answer
starting
to
point.
my answer to that question would be that we've obviously got a problem because we've got so many vacancies across the board.
If I could just add some comments. Our departments have been telling us in HR for a year or longer that they're having difficulties. Your garage staff, we've heard from every last one of them about compensation-related issues. We move that line on equipment operator and mechanic pay pretty much every year consistently, and we still struggle to find those staff. We've certainly discussed the deputy issue before. We've had ideas, we've had discussions, and we're still behind. And I can assure you, we've heard from clerks' offices, we've heard from the tax office, we've heard from departments galore. That P25 philosophy that we have does mean that we pay less. So as we continue to pay less than average, we continue to struggle. If one wants to extrapolate on that, you can say once we take our foot off the gas and stop looking at what P25 is, we might fall behind, particularly in this post-COVID era where, last year and the year before, salaries went sky high everywhere across the nation. We increased salaries, but to some degree, not as much as many employers did. So the need, I think, is there parenthetically if you were to ask almost any department, really from top to bottom, can we get staff at the rates that we pay? And every one of them has said, not every one of them, many of them, the majority of them have said they struggle with pay to find the best candidates that they can recruit. I'm not saying that means we do the study this year or next year. I'm saying that's what we hear from our departments.
So do we believe the answer is we don't pay people enough?
In some scenarios.
Okay. So how's the study gonna help that?
Well, it helps define what that P25 line is, whether it's in law enforcement, and we can carve that out if we need to, or it's in the precincts where we don't have access to private sector information. That private sector information is not something that's handed out freely. We can't call, a trucking company and say, hey, how much do you earn? They might tell us if we pretend to be somebody else, like an applicant. They're not going to tell us if we're their competitor. So the study helps us define what that P25 or that 25th percentile is.
That seems to be a threshold question that we need to at least address, and that is whether P25 is still a strategy that serves us well. Maybe we need to look at doing something different from P25.
And I will say the study does provide us with P25 information, and it gives us P50 information. So P50 would be the average pay. That's what the market is paying for any particular group.
So say that again. The study gives us P25.
It does.
But also gives us P50.
That's correct.
Okay.
And how swiftly can we move with the bid process again in the future? So say we decide to do the study this year, but then there's no further on commitment for another study in the following years. How easy is the process to put together? I know that we've got to throw together all of our positions and departments. Is it relatively easy and quick to get back bids to do this again if we need a study?
Assuming we do it similarly to how we have in the past, it's a relatively simple process. If we want to make changes, take things away, add things, it could be more difficult, but it does take just a couple months to go through the bid process,
What exactly is the request today? I'm looking at the communique, but I want you to say it.
To approve an award for
Just approving the
$150,000,
award.
$50 a year?
Yes. And the renewal, it has 2 renewal options, so we don't have to renew next year.
So we could just be clear on that, because that's confusing.
Right.
Because what we're asking the court to do is to approve a contract, an annual contract at $50,000 it's a one-year contract with 2 renewals. That's what we're saying here, right?
And I don't think we want to do that, but that's obviously a vote of commissioners. But just prudence, I understand, Commissioner Brooks, you're, hey, are we sure we can trust this, what the Sheriff's Department puts together? I understand that.
It's not just the Sheriff's Department, it's any department who's providing us their own data.
Totally with you, totally understand. Before we vote on something, wouldn't we at least want to look at it and compare? Maybe it is on point, matching with Corn Studies Ferry last year perfectly. Maybe it even doesn't show it as well as better than Corn Ferries. I just, before we approve this, especially if it's a 3-year deal, I think the diligence, maybe we should go look at this before we start saying, all right, here's $150,000.
Just for clarity, it is a 1-year deal with 2 options of court.
My question is, can we accomplish, because I wholeheartedly agree that law enforcement needs to be carved out of this. I think that study is wholly separate from professional services, the trades, et cetera. But if we didn't do a study today, if we decided we needed one in a month or 2, would that give us sufficient time to gather the data for the budget cycle? I know we're starting that next month. And any salary increases, market setting, we're going to have to make sure that it's all budgeted for the next cycle. I mean, salaries cost the general fund a lot of money. So is that enough time? If we don't do the study this year, what's going to be the strategy for compensation if we don't have a benchmark? Or do we have an adequate benchmark, you think, right now to set salaries for next year?
I don't think we do. Certainly, you made a good distinction earlier. Just because we don't do this study and don't look at structures doesn't mean we can't do merit and step in the things that are there separately. What it does mean is if we don't do the study, we don't have a good data point upon which to say the craft group, the precinct group, for example, needs to move by 4%. We can get anecdotal information from companies, from departments, but we don't have that independent source. If we do this a couple months from now, I don't think we have enough time to do that for the budget cycle. Normally, by this point, we're already a month and a half into the process. So we are late already. Not to say we can't figure something out theoretically, but it's pretty late in the process, especially if we need to go through the RFP process again.
You don't think we can do it 2 months from now, 2 weeks from now?
2 weeks, sure.
Okay.
2 months would be questionable.
At the very least, we should look and see what the Sheriff's Department had from last year and compare it to what Corn Ferry had from last year to see if it's a good baseline. If it's a good baseline, then maybe we trust what they're doing. But even whether it is or it isn't, and having that information could then help us determine whether or not we would want to not do it for law enforcement at all and carve that out and do it a different way.
So pretty much we're behind the curve, and we need to approve this one time this year, right now.
Well, you don't have to
Or
do it right
soon.
now.
Doesn't need to be today, but soon, not 2 months down the road. That would be too late.
Judge, you started out with a request to delay, but then you added a motion onto that which negated your request to delay.
Yeah.
Your request to delay is probably what we ought to do.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to reiterate it.
Anyway.
Yes. I would reiterate it then. Let's take it back to the drawing board.
But we're delaying to do what?
I think we're delaying for a number of things, me personally, but everybody may have their different reasons for delaying. Mine are, let's compare the Sheriff's Department, what they did. For all I know, I haven't seen it. For all I know, they may put together something that's a amateur hour. I doubt it, but I don't know. I think HR needs to look at that. I think we should all look at it, but I'd like to look at it.
I don't think amateur hour is quite the descriptive term. I think it's more of a wish list.
And it may be, but we don't know until we've looked at it. And then I think to address Commissioner Ramirez's point of maybe we shouldn't have them doing this all in one lump sum. I think I'm addressing it correctly, and we pull out law enforcement and go a different route or a different way. I think those are the reasons why I would say let's go iron this out. And then the thing, and you may have addressed this, and I just missed it. Other counties of our size, other counties that are not as large as us, what do the others do? Can we get a list of 10, 15 counties? They do it annually, they do it every 2 years, they do it every 4. I mean, I'd just like to know what they're doing, and just to have something to compare it to. Those are all the reasons why I would say postponing this would be a prudent move at this point.
Would your request to be to delay it to a time certain?
Yeah, I'm happy to revisit it in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Could we, trying to be conciliatory here, and could we pull out law enforcement and do the comparison there and approve this request for 1 year for everybody else?
Would they need to rebid, since obviously they're doing less work if they're not doing law enforcement under their scope? Would they have to rebid, or would they just?
They would certainly have to modify it, whether they rebid or not, I don't know.
Yeah, if we're gonna remove part of the requirements, is that part of the requirement? Then I suggest that we just rebid. But I know this needs to happen.
How long does it take you to rebid?
It's gonna take weeks. It's gonna take at least 8 weeks.
For them to rebid, you've had this contract with them for years, right? Or is this?
Gotta put it
Yeah,
out for
the
bids.
contract expired earlier this month. And so we've been waiting to get a recommendation. But I think the soonest we could get it done is in 6 weeks, but I can't promise that because the HR department has to evaluate.
Because you're going to have to open it up to everyone again, right?
Yes.
It's not just negotiating with with Corn Ferry. You will have to open it up and put it out on the street. That's the process.
You're saying 6 weeks?
Because it's a new scope of work.
That would be quick.
6 weeks.
That would be quick. I don't even know if that's possible.
So I don't know that we have a consensus here. We do have a request to delay, but we also have a current sitting motion on the floor. All right, motion is withdrawn. Any other discussion or motion? Okay, so seeing none, I think it is delay. If you want to report back to us at the very next meeting some of these concerns, I'm certainly okay with it. If you want to do it in 2 weeks, I'm okay with it. And then I would encourage you to visit with court members as to what they'd specifically like to see, so you're not caught not knowing what people are looking for.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 2, purchase of Headspace gas chroma. You can read it.
Chromatograph.
There it is.
Yeah. This is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-047, purchase of Headspace gas chromatograph flame ionization detection, and mass spectrometer for the medical examiner's office, awarding to Agilent Technologies Incorporated.
This was an item that was in the medical examiner's capital budget for this year.
It is budget.
Yes.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve bid number 2023-047. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote.
Oops, wait. That's shit. Shoot.
All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, item 3.
The third item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-048. This is our annual contract for on-base maintenance and support for information technology, awarding to Recorded per unit price. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
The
Item
fourth item
four.
is, the fourth item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-067. This is our annual contract for mattress materials for the sheriff's office, awarding to the various vendors listed per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 5.
This is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-083 for the sale of recycled paper for 20-plus tons of sorted white ledger and 20-plus tons of sorted office paper and 20-plus tons of old corrugated cardboard for facilities management, awarding to the various vendors listed per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
And the sixth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-028. This is replacement of rooftop multi-zone units for facilities management, awarding to Endure Contractors. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
I have a question.
Yes.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. We do have a question on the
I'll
court.
second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Questions, discussion?
What's the lead time on that equipment?
I think it's in the court communique.
Mike's coming up.
70 days.
Okay. And that won't affect the completion date?
I'm sorry.
Will that affect the completion date, 70 days to deliver?
Yes. This is predicated, the schedule's all predicated on the delivery of the equipment. So it's 70 days from the day the equipment arrives. Right now, they're talking about delivering it in 3 phases, which works well for the project. We anticipate the first delivery to be within 4 months. That'll be 10 units.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, we do have a motion and a second on this item. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And the last item is regarding bid number 2023-065. This is our annual contract for technical gear for the sheriff's office. We're making a request to reject all bids and grant permission to rebid with revised specifications. The specifications we received were too restrictive and they need to be revised.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
The next item up would be the Sheriff's Department receive and file the 2022 racial profiling data from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. There was a request to remove that from the agenda, and while we are waiting, which we don't have to wait long, on the bid on the Corn Ferry,
Yes.
if it's under $50,000, do you still have to rebid? You can answer that later.
The answer, and that would be a question for purchasing,
Okay.
but the state statutes say if it's less than that, you do not have to rebid.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely. We
Okay.
don't have to rebid. But
See-
we do need to either cancel this bid, make a motion to cancel this bid at some point.
Yeah, okay, thank you, yeah. Hi.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. If y'all have any questions about the report that you have, I can answer those, or I can do a brief synopsis of it, however y'all choose to go forward.
I ask that this be pulled off the consent agenda so that we could discuss it, so that I could point out that the numbers as regards to the stops for African Americans, the after-action after-stop actions for African Americans exceeds the percentage of African Americans in our population. So we've still got work to do. That's all. That's all I got to say on the subject.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Well, it would have been great to have this report before last Friday. And I see a letter that says it was sent to us in January, but I went through my email, my staff went through my email, we can't find it, so. But what I was able to pull out is similar to what Commissioner Brooks has addressed. And of Tarrant County Hispanics, are 29.4% of the total population and 21.6% of all traffic stops, 25% of all arrests and citations. Similarly, with African Americans, 16.9% of the total population, 19.6% of all traffic stops, 31.2% of all searches, and only 16.9% of total population, 26.7% of all arrests and citations. Searches are most concerning to me. Not only is it much higher for the population, the reason given as probable cause is high for minorities. So it would be, great to have received this sooner, but I can send you my questions and learn how or what the sheriff's office is looking at or doing to kind of address these high percentages in the minority communities. So, thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to receive and file the 2022 racial profiling data from the sheriff's office?
Move to receive and file.
So we have a motion to receive and file and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Or no? All in favor, cast your vote. Opposed, no. All right. Passes unanimously. Next up, County Judge and Commissioner Section, Interlocal Agreement Precinct 3. Mr. Fickus.
Yes, I have an interlocal agreement with the City of Hearst, and this is rehabilitation work on Varsity Drive. Move for approval, Q1A and B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve.
10.
You said Q. I think that might be O.
10,
Is that what you meant?
A and B.
Yeah, O1, A, and B?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, board and commission appointments. I have one clarification. I nominated Andy Wynn to the, and referred to it apparently as the Building Line Variance Board. In what is a grievous error, it should have been called the Building Line Adjustment Board. So I would, yes, nominate Mr. Wynn to the Building Line Adjustment Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other?
Grievous
Very. It's heinous.
One of them.
Yes, one of many.
One of the most important boards we have.
Exactly. Okay, do we have any other appointments to boards or commissions or TIF district boards?
I've got a few TIFs. Can I do them all together, or do I need to separate them? All together. Okay, I move to appoint Tracy Knight to Fort Worth TIF number 4 and Fort Worth TIF number 15, and also Haltom City TIF number 1 and Sampson Park TIF number 1.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
One more, I move to appoint myself to Fort Worth TIF number 9.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Commissioner Ramirez to TIF number 9 in Fort Worth. No discussion, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And next up on the agenda, approval of claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and the addendum. Any discussion? Cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have a series of several briefings. First up is Child Care Associates related to ARPA Program Strategy 3.
Ms. Camareno is going to lay that program out for us.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. As this Commissioners Court considers moving forward with various programs programmed through our ARPA fund, we want to give the court an opportunity to receive information on certain of those programs and give you an opportunity to ask questions. Today we have Kara Waddell with Child Care Associates here to provide an overview of the work that's been done, but to provide a little more detail on Strategy 3 of the currently budgeted program. So I'll ask Kara to come up.
Hello, Commissioners. Good to see you again. I will go as fast or slow as you like today, making sure you have the information you need regarding investment. So 3 things we're going to accomplish today. Again, I'm Kara Waddell. I serve as CEO of Child Care Associates. Just who is Child Care Associates, why early ed and child care matters, and then specifically overviewing the infrastructure opportunity for public-public partnerships. So let's see if I got the advancer going. Perfect. CCA is all about working with families with young children. We support families who need us. Families who don't need childcare, fantastic. Those who do, we need to be there for them with high-quality early learning programs. So why early learning? What we know is in the first 5 years of life, neural connections are built at 1 million neural connections a second. Children are growing incredibly quick, and there's a lot of opportunities for children who are growing in healthy and strong families. They're growing naturally. They're building those neural connections they need for success in school and life. But there are some families who need a little extra boost in that process so that kids are growing at the level that they need to avoid expensive downstream investments, as well as it helps ensure long-term wage earnings can be tracked back to those early experiences, whether in a strong family or whether boosted through a high-quality early education program. So for Child Care Associates and for me personally, as it relates to young children, Plan A is families, Plan B is families, Plan C is families. But we need a Plan D for some because some families need a little bit of an extra boost, especially our families in Tarrant County who are facing issues of poverty, some even facing issues of hardship or abuse. And that's where we step in, is to help strengthen the role of parents as the first and most important teacher in a child's life. So a quick snapshot for those of you who may be unfamiliar. Where did the CCA or Child Care Associates come from? We were formed by the community about 54 years ago. Things began to change in the late 60s. There were more women working outside the home. There were more single-parent households. And churches came together along with ladies' societies and community leaders, and they said, we're going to have to do something different. And we came together and made infrastructure investments, specifically for young children. Churches were getting overwhelmed with opening their church basements and things for care, and there was a need to boost what our families needed in the community. So Child Care Associates, we're helping improve family success by helping those families who do need high-quality early learning and care. We're helping offset the cost of that. For a lot of our working families, we have about 12,000 working families that we're helping offset or pay for the cost of that child care. And then we're helping build the core of quality teachers, our educators who work with infants, toddlers, and young ones. Did you know that we pay our infant teachers in Tarrant County less than we pay a Buc-ee's cashier? And so we think we can do better as we work through where we go on these issues. So just a little bit for me personally, when I was, why I got involved in this issue and why maybe I didn't choose to try to become a commissioner or make a lot more money in business. When I was working in high school every day and college, I worked at a faith-based nonprofit. It was working with families that were facing adoption issues. They were working alongside foster families, children that couldn't be placed successfully even in the foster care system. And it was tough. And when I talked to the social workers, I talked to the pastors and the teachers at that program, they encouraged me to not do what they did. They said, you need to work with children at a much younger age. And I was 18 and heading off to college, and they didn't have a baby major. But I said, do you mean I'm supposed to work with infants and toddlers? And they said, yes, work with families when they have very young children. And so I'm proud of what I do today. For me, it's an expression of my personal faith and something I'm really proud of as well, the chance to walk with the families who really need this kind of help. So we can't ignore the need. 69% of Tarrant County families do need some kind of child care support between the ages of 0 and 5 years old. So not every family, but some are going to need it along the way. It's about 165 children, 0 to 5 in Tarrant County. Of that, around 55,000 have 2 working parents at some point between the ages of 0 to 5, and about 58,000 who are living in a single-parent household, where hopefully that parent is able to work as well. But beyond the need for working, we also know the investment is profound. George Mason University surveyed police chiefs around the country. Nearly 90% said they believed their greatest opportunity to reduce crime was expanding quality child care programs. And so it's something that we're paying attention to. There's also education, downstream education impacts that we can be aware of. I won't go deeply into them, but 3rd grade reading, higher quality math, learning to cooperate, learning how to handle stress. All of these things are things that are accomplished in the younger years, ideally at home, and if not at home, it's supplemented through programs that parents may need. So where do we go from here? We have, for child care associates, we are offering we have a couple different core services. One, we're operating 20 campuses and working with schools in some of our higher need areas all across Tarrant County. It's a whole child, whole family program, not just babysitting, but we're helping make sure that children are getting a dental care home, that they have a primary care physician, that parents are setting goals and able to get help if they need help with housing or getting a job. And these programs are serving around 1,500 families, about 500 families with infants and toddlers. And these are families that have a variety of high needs that are clustering along with them. So in addition to us operating programs for really our highest need families in the community, we also help support the infrastructure of just childcare itself. So childcare is not like public schools. It's a combination of the faith community, small businesses, nonprofits that are providing the service. And so we're kind of the closest thing to sort of a support structure for those 1,000 childcare businesses across Tarrant County. We work to support them, and then we also help offset the cost of childcare for working families as well. So here's the investments. I'll skip a little closer through the first couple, but we've been helping strengthen the business model for childcare. We lost about 10% of our childcare programs during COVID, so we're working with business coaching. We're also helping improve access to care for some of our families as well. But I'm here today to talk a little bit about the investment, to specifically talk about the early learning infrastructure, expanding infant, toddler classrooms, and specifically investing in some newer buildings and or renovations targeted at our highest need families. So what does this mean? Early Head Start in Tarrant County is a program that we've been operating. That's that whole child, whole family approach that I mentioned. Did you know the cost of infant care can cost more than the first year of UT? And so families save for 18 years to send their kids to college, but they get faced with that child care bill with the arrival of a brand new newborn. And so for our lowest income families, it's just unaffordable, for them to be able to provide this level of care. And that's where Early Head Start steps in. Not just child care, we're helping target those high need families and making sure, again, the child has a doctor, a dental, they're getting early intervention services early so that we're avoiding those downstream investments when they arrive at school. As well. So we're saying, national economists are saying there's about a 13% annual return on investment in early education. I can walk through the numbers if someone wants to get through the weeds. He was a Nobel-winning economist. It's a long paper. But also children who are in Early Head Start are 93% less likely to end up in foster care. And that's why we've brought that investment forward. You got to know, I'm not someone who's an opportunist. When ARPA dollars arrived at the county, I think perhaps Commissioner Brooks remember, but I was knocking on a lot of doors for the last 6 or 7 years, describing the opportunity we had. If we built an infrastructure of infant toddler classrooms, we believe that we could draw down new resources for our community for our highest need. And that's what we've brought to you. Specifically, it's to increase Early Head Start by 50%. By adding 50 new classrooms, we'll be able to have 400 new Early Head Start slots. That's 8,000 infants and toddlers served over the next 20 years. And that would draw down an additional $160 million in resources. So if these buildings are built in partnership, the idea is that we would do it in partnership with municipalities. It would be done between county funding and other public entities. It could be a municipality, it could be a school district, it could be a community college that are saying we have a need in our part of the county for this kind of investment. And so with that, we're not building up an infrastructure or a kingdom for childcare associates. These are classrooms that we will just serve children in. We don't have to own them. In fact, I don't think it's designed to be something that we would own, but it would be something that we're responsible for. The roof gets leaky, I'm the one on the hook. We mow the lawns, and we make sure that the services are provided for in a high-quality way. So on the slide, you'll see these are the circles, blue circles represent high concentrations of young children living in poverty where they have a lack of access to Head Start or early Head Start services. So you can see the 4 precincts, there are needs distributed really across the county as a whole. And so we have a one-time opportunity, a one-time infrastructure investment will continue to bring new resources for our community. We're not even calculating the downstream return on investment potentially from those as well. So I'm certainly welcome to, I appreciate the chance to walk through this investment. I know there may be questions. I'm welcome to take them now or welcome to take them more personally at a later date.
Questions, comments?
I just have a few comments. Number one, I am passionate about early Head Start programs for several reasons. The 0 to 3-year-old space is where the majority, the overwhelming majority of brain development in a child takes place. So to the extent that we don't pour knowledge into children in that 0 to 3-year-old space, we miss prime learning time for those children. Now, a very wise person who happens to be my wife, who is a professional educator, tells me constantly that whatever the question, education is the answer. Education is the investment that we make in our children. And when we make that investment, especially in early childhood, we reduce the number of foster care placements, as Kara said. We reduce the burden on our public hospital because children are healthier. We cannot build enough jails for the number of kids that we fail to pour into in the 0 to 3-year-old space. There are statistics that prove a linkage between the number of words of vocabulary that a child starts school with and their ability to lead healthy lives, including staying out of the criminal justice system. Children from poverty typically enter the school system with around 200 words of vocabulary. Children of means typically enter the school system with somewhere around 1,000 words of vocabulary. That distance between 200 words of vocabulary and 1,000 words of vocabulary is accounted for in the number of beds we have to fill in our county jail system. So it's a matter of you pay me on the front end or you pay me a lot more on the back end in terms of increased health care costs, increased criminal justice costs. The way out of poverty is education. And the way to maximize that way out of poverty is to invest in children in early childhood through early Head Start and other programs that help build up these kids such that when they enter the school system, and I was careful not to say the public school system or the private school system or the charter school system. When they enter the school system, they have the background, the knowledge, the resources, the intellectual resources to be successful. So we've got to, as in public health, we've got to make the investments in our children that are necessary to raise them out of poverty, to give them a running start on having successful lives in our community. And having a successful life generates family-supporting, tax-paying residents of our community.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
I'll just comment and say thank you very much, Kara, for coming and giving the presentation. The work that you guys do is incredible. I truly believe that early education is smart business. I think early education is economic development. All those things that come with making sure that your workforce is prepared start at a very early age. And so y'all are doing good stuff. And you know, I know that in the past we've been very supportive of Child Care Associates. I think in the future we'll be very supportive of Child Care Associates. Because in my mind, the government, we're not responsible for, you know, having child care workers, you know, on the Tarrant County payroll. But we can be the lever for great organizations, the 2X, the 10X that takes them to the next level for the broader community. So I think that you're doing great work, and I appreciate you coming to present this.
Means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Carl.
Okay, next up.
Your Honor, I think that on item B that we're going to hold that and move to C. We've got a number of audience participation and So we do have, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just was notified that we do have 2 audience participation sheets for this item B. So do we?
Yeah, I've got them. Yeah. So, but while y'all are working that one out, we'll bring up Cheryl Chapman. Is Cheryl Chapman with us? Okay. Okay. Lisa and Matt Rose have written a statement, but we don't read statements into the record. So that was all that I had signed up to speak for A. As far as B goes, we're gonna.
I don't believe we have any audience participation.
Yeah, so let's move B. I'm happy to have that just so we can let people get on about their days. We can have that presentation next week or the week after. Gary, are you out of town? Excuse me, Commissioner Fickus, are you out of town next week? Or y'all? Yeah. You're, okay. Then unless you want to be here during the purchasing RFP process, we can do that one next week. Do you want to be? Do you want to be here for that or no?
I'll be out of town.
Okay, well, we can move it 2 weeks if you want to.
No, that's fine.
Which-
Move it 2 weeks.
Okay, we'll do
We
that
got
one.
a
in-
lot on the agenda for 2 weeks.
Move that in 2 weeks, yeah. Okay. All right, next up, the Election Integrity Task Force. And I think, GK, are you going to address this from the beginning, or?
So I will just lay this out very quickly.
Okay.
We had a request from a court member to place this on the agenda for discussion purposes. As many of you know, that the county judge, the sheriff, and the criminal district attorney have came together to create the Election Integrity Task Force. I believe that at least one member of the court would like to comment on that. As I said, we do have a significant number of audience participation forms. I will say that it entails 5 individuals, 2 criminal investigators from the DA's office, 2 criminal investigators from the sheriff's department, and 1 prosecutor from the district attorney's office. Any work in this particular area will be in addition to work that has already been assigned to those individuals.
Okay, and let me just clarify one thing. So while I would be happy to take credit for it, I would not say that I created it. So I would say, and he can speak for himself, but this was created by Sheriff Wayburn. He did discuss it with District Attorney Sorrells, did discuss it with me. I'm in full support of it, but it probably wouldn't be accurate to describe it as I created it. I was there at the press conference, did have some quotes, fully support it, but it was, I think, something that 2 of us campaigned on the last election. It's something that Sheriff Wayburn wanted to do and wanted to address, so just for clarity purposes. All right. Sheriff Wayburn here, are you wanting to address the court?
Well, good afternoon. Haven't seen you since the morning. Glad to be here, though. This particular task force, the genesis of it and the history of it is over the last 2 and 3 years, the Sheriff's Office has received a number of complaints on a variety of election issues. Often we referred those to the Attorney General's office. And as we approached that is that some of the things that we did do did fall in our lap, and we had a history back in 2018 where the DA's office and the Sheriff's Office did create a one-time task force on some election issues in which people were prosecuted for. So that there was a history of that. As we rolled up onto the fall of 2022 and beyond that, is we had numerous complaints once again, and we were deferring to the Attorney General's office. Then at some point in late September, is the Criminal Courts of Appeals said the Attorney General's office is out of the business. They don't have the authority to prosecute these cases. And so they were out of the business and said that's going to have to happen locally. Well, at that point, even in the fall of 2022, when all this was going on, we asked the Texas Rangers to get involved. They said, no, we don't have that capacity. We won't get involved. We talked to the Attorney General's office again and said, do y'all have anything that you can do? And they absolutely said, we'll be glad to review your work. Well, that doesn't help us a lot because people needed to know where they needed to go when they had a complaint. So by the end of the year, because of a number of complaints and calls and so forth and so on, is with the new DA, he and I spoke and said, we need to both be in on this because number one is we're on opposite ends of the calendar. Obviously, he was on the 22 election ballot. I'm on the 24 election ballot. But we need the capacity where this is handed off and a system set up because it is our responsibility to hand off these complaints to professional investigators at no extra cost and no extra people and be able to go out and resolve these complaints. And we have resolved several of them. Some of them are still under investigation, and they're just another criminal complaint is what they are. And our job is to run it to ground and either see if there's something there or something not there. And these are individual things. This was certainly, no one was declaring anything wrong with Tarrant County elections. But what we were doing is trying to get in the place where we had a system to centralize these things via the Sheriff's Office and the DA's office. In 2022, and in the primary and in the spring of the municipal elections, is under law, the sheriff is responsible for those ballot security. I have ballot security, meaning I have the keys to the locks of the ballots. And we switch out the bags and that kind of things. And our deputies were very, very much involved in getting stuff and helping and supporting elections to get their job done. That was a lawful thing, and we're legally required to do it from state statute. Well, in 24, the Good County judge is the guy that's going to have the keys, because that's the way the statute's set up. So it's transferred from the sheriff responsibility, because the sheriff's on the ballot, to the county judge. Simply set up a centralized way where citizens could, if they have a complaint, they had a place to go. And we wanted to make it loud and clear, because in our world, there was a lot of confusion, because people said, we called the Attorney General, we've called the Texas Rangers, we've called DPS, we've called all of these people, we've called some people in the DA's office, we've called people in the sheriff's office, we've called municipal police officers. All of that needed to be consolidated, made efficient, effective, and I believe we accomplished those goals and did so. And we wanted to make sure that our community knew what we were doing.
There's one other thing that we had discussed, just to get it out there, and that is under the election code, the elections administrator is required to provide law enforcement when requested by election judges or when there's an issue at a polling place. And I know there was at least one situation last year, and I know from the time I was party chair, I got these calls all the time, and they call the police say, we don't know what to do with it. They call the elections doesn't know what to do with it, because elections doesn't really have the authority. I mean, I guess under the code, you could argue they do, but the protocol of the elections administrator saying, Sheriff, get your deputy out to this polling location, I'm sure you would if he called, but that's just typically not how they're set up. So
he has and we have.
Yeah, so this was another place centralizing it through a phone number. When those came in, people know. So I wanted to add that. I don't think you'd said that.
You know, the only thing I would add is also under the laws is that during the elections last year, during when the ballot board was in session, is we always had a deputy assigned to them. There was always a deputy there in case there was something that came up, and they did. And there were issues that have came up.
Okay. Any questions for the sheriff, DA, me?
Can you gentlemen quantify this number of complaints? Do you have data and from what years, and
Well,
guessing now to roll off the
going back to if I went back to 2018, 2017, those numbers escaped me in the fall of this year. Probably I've got a package of emails and probably 60 or so phone calls, or 70 phone calls that something's going wrong. They're not all voter fraud issues. They were issues that the judge just described where, you know, there was something going on, or somebody felt like they were intimidated, or something of that effect, or that there was something going on inside the voters, you know, area that wasn't right. We got all of those calls, and we responded and investigated several of them after September, and often found that everything was fine. But there were people who didn't feel safe, and that's how we handled it, just like we would any other call or complaint.
Do you have that documented where you can send it to the court or public? The data, the numbers of calls, emails, bona fide cases of actual voter fraud that speaks to the need to create such a task force? I mean, can you shoot that over to us?
We have data. If it's obviously under criminal investigation, we won't release a whole lot of details around that,
Just
other than that we are trying to look into it.
We'd just like to see numbers. So, are you processing 4 cases, 60 cases? I mean, it would be great for...
Right at the moment, we were looking into 11 different cases.
Okay. And that's from which election?
That would be based, I believe, I don't go down there every day and look over their shoulder, is, I think some of those had came up since 2022, but there were others that had alleged things at different times, and some of those things the statutes have ran on, and other ones that, the elections last year was probably what these are over.
I mean, there's 4 criminal prosecutions currently going on in Tarrant County.
From
Are the-
2018.
Are those 18?
16.
2016. So you believe this is a widespread enough problem, you, the DA, the county judge, to devote two investigators from your office, 2 from the DA's office, and I forgot.
And a prosecutor.
And a prosecutor.
That's not their full-time job. It's just part of their caseload. They are handling other cases, and it's just part of it. It's inside their band is that they are doing that. And yes, it was a confusing item to the people we talked to that were complainants, and we were trying to clarify, okay, AG can't do it, the Rangers won't do it, we will certainly check into it.
So with a population of 2.1
Million people.
This rises to the level of creating a task force.
Created
Your investigators don't have anything else to do.
Pardon me?
Your investigators don't have anything else to do. Wow. Because we have an elections department.
That's right, but they don't have criminal investigators. They can't look into criminal activity, and they defer to
Once
us.
they receive the complaints, what can they do with them?
Give them to us.
Right, and is that what
Yes.
has been occurring?
Yes.
That's where you got these.
I believe we received 5 complaints from them just last week. Yes, we do receive complaints from them. But the whole idea of the DA and the sheriff standing together, I think, is a very, very important message to the community. And I think it's a very important message that we're centralizing that. And I think it's a very important message that this is being handled by professional investigators and professional prosecutors.
Hang on one second. So I know y'all applauded for a couple of things I said a little earlier. Some people applauded for some things they said. What I'm going to ask you to do is respect that this is a business meeting and not have any outbursts, not have any applause, sit and listen politely. Let the people up here do their jobs. Let the people here speak. You have an opportunity to speak when you want to, but we're going to ask you to not be disruptive and sit here while that goes on. Thank you. Commissioner Fickus.
Sheriff, I guess last year, may have been 2021, but the governor, state of Texas, through his Secretary of State, I believe required 4 counties in Texas to submit all their voting data for an examination by the Secretary of State. And Tarrant County came out with virtually no issues or problems.
That is correct.
Could you expound on that, and what were they looking for? What did they find?
It's my understanding is that they were looking to match up, for instance, precinct such and such voted 650 voters in it. Did that really happen? Was there 650 people that voted? Was it who they said it was? And those kind of things. And you're right, the elections did really well during that audit. And I don't think it was it wasn't the entire thing. I think it was the Secretary of State sends out, I want these 15 precincts looked at, and here's what we want them to look like.
Okay.
I'll make a couple of general comments while I got you. I think free and fair elections, they're the bedrock of our democracy.
Amen.
Without them, you can't trust the fact that those that are in a position to affect everyone's lives, the position with budgetary authority, are there legitimately. So I think it's absolutely critical that our citizens can trust our elections. The legislature in the 87th took this issue very, very serious. They passed SB 1, which tightened election laws. But as you know, no one on this court, no one down here are lawmakers, members of the legislature. But your responsibility as a law enforcement officer, and CDA Sorrells, your responsibility as a prosecutor, is to follow the law.
Amen.
And so it's my opinion that we have to do our part. If the state legislature's taken this serious, they've provided the framework, they've provided the roadmap for how these ought to be prosecuted. We have to be a willing partner, not just in election integrity, but in all crimes, all laws. But this one is especially important because the citizens need to know that they can trust it.
That's right.
I'm pleased to hear that this will not require additional budget impacts, that this will not require dedicated resources for investigations that are not, I guess, so voluminous that it's going to take full-time deputies or prosecutors, but that these folks on the task force can be specialized, which means they can go to specialized training and interface with attorney general's offices around the nation and make sure that we're doing things to the best of our abilities to make our elections free, fair, and trusted. I already think in Tarrant County we do it head and shoulders better than most people. I don't see the harm or the danger in making sure we have a triple check on our enforcement system and how we do it. So I applaud your efforts to do our part locally, and I think that election integrity is an issue that once we can stand up and say 100% that we're doing it all in daylight, that's whenever they're going to be trusted. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. It's a rule of law issue.
My problem with this whole election integrity task force is that there is no demonstrable issue with election integrity in Tarrant County. In fact, I was told by the previous Secretary of State just after the November elections that the way we conduct elections in Tarrant County should be the model for the entire state of Texas. Now, I'm suspicious by nature. I know that there is a large portion of the population nationally that refuses to accept the results of the last presidential election. I am concerned that we are enshrining in our Tarrant County infrastructure the ability to deny the results of any election that the three of you take exception to. That's a problem for me.
Commissioner, this has nothing to do with canvassing an election and saying this election is good. What this means is that if you go to a city council meeting and and you come out and find your car burglarized, we should investigate that. It has to do with those type of individual deals. I agree with what Commissioner Ramirez did. We are a model. I think Tarrant County election does a good job. For goodness sakes, we were in that. I was the key holder in it. But there are people who think that something's wrong. There's people that have called and said, hey, I'm scared because of something's going on at this poll place, or I believe that something's going on here. Where do those people go? What do we do in a balanced way? And again, the reason that the DA is, that we need that partnership, because it's going to be his investigators in 24, so that there's nothing that I'm involved in. And there's certainly I'm not a conspiracy. I believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president, and I believe Joe Biden is the president. I believe all that. I believe that Tarrant County set the model. But I do know that there are people who are concerned, and they have a concern, and it's a legitimate concern, and we set it out, and we figure out, number one, we're just going to be truth seekers. What is it? And far as the general election in 2018, the task force that the DA and I had in 2018, we prosecuted one person, and that was a Republican judge that was doing things illegally, and we investigated appropriately, and he was prosecuted, as he should have been. And certainly he's not on the bench today. So it has nothing to do with the conclusion of the election. What it has to do is people violating the law or believe that somebody's violating the law, and we certainly respond to that and investigate it.
Well, y'all have set up this task force. It's gonna operate and do something. I'm gonna be a watchdog.
Please do.
I'm gonna be watching how this task force operates. And in order to properly perform the duties of a watchdog, I'm gonna need to refer to somebody for legal advice. And I believe that the district attorney's office has effectively conflicted itself out of giving me legal advice on this issue, because it's part of a conspiracy. I don't know where I go with that, but it's an issue for me.
I understand.
Anybody have anything else?
We've been here for some hours, and the sheriff's office has had a few things on the agenda. And, if he would consider devoting as much time to this election fraud thing as to the audit results, maybe we wouldn't have the same problems from fiscal year 2014. Again, I would love to see some data, not off the top of your head. You knew this was on the agenda. You should have been able to come in here and say, this is a huge problem. I can say people have complaints about everything. I'm a commissioner, so I get complaints about everything. But do we stand up a task force? And we probably should. So please share data with us. Get it from the DA's office. Get it from your, what you have gotten. But 12 complaints does not necessitate a task force.
Let me clarify, that was 12 complaints in the last week. There have been many, many complaints.
Okay. Cases. How many actual voter fraud cases have there?
I understand that. And
okay,
once
let's
again,
talk about cases.
If you showed up, Commissioner, if I may ask you a question, if you show up to vote and they go, Mrs. Simmons, you've already voted, and you said, no, I haven't, who do you go to?
I'm calling Hyder Garcia's office.
Okay.
As you know, I've been the NAACP president for 10 years. So we probably get more complaints than you get. And we go to the elections administrator and get that taken care of.
And if he can straighten that out or
if anything rises to the level of a criminal activity, then he will direct us. But I'm telling you, and I've been doing that 10 years, we get complaints as soon as the polls open. I'm so accustomed to complaints. There is not a need for an election fraud task force in Tarrant County. Please show us the data that indicates that.
And certainly I'd like to disagree where we are, but that's, we will furnish whatever.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Thanks, Sheriff Wayburn. Just so it's clear, I fully support the creation of this. I supported it by showing up to the press conference, by lending my name to it, by adding quotes to it. I believe election integrity should be taken seriously. And we can go through a laundry list of things to say, well, this happened and this happened and this happened. Quite frankly, I think you can give a laundry list of 50 things and certain people just don't care. There have been Republican elected officials who forged their signatures to get on the ballot. There have been a Republican elected official who engaged in inappropriate things with their signs. A Democrat attempted candidate for an office was told that was denied the ability to file, according to this person. I mean, there's been people that have called. I sat with a woman for an hour in my office who told me how terrified she was to be at elections because of the way she was treated and how she was intimidated, all about 5'1", 90 pounds of her. I have heard these complaints and things like this from the time I became party chair in 2016. They called our office, and what you have here is you have a place, you have something where people call the party offices, and people call the police departments, and people call elections, and people call the sheriff, and people call the commissioners, and people call the county judge, and this centralizes where they can go. And if there ends up being not a single conviction for it, fantastic, that'd be wonderful. And if there ends up being some, it's not fantastic, but we want to root it out. And I've heard people say that, well, this is intimidating. Well, the only people this should intimidate is anyone attempting to do something illegal. And so, and that's exactly who we want to intimidate. But we want to make sure people in Tarrant County believe the elections are secure and fair, and that's not disparaging the Tarrant County Elections Department. I haven't heard anyone between DA Sorrell, Sheriff Wayburn, myself, or any commissioner or elected official for that matter claim that elections is doing something wrong or terrible. There's always ways to improve security and efficiencies. But at the end of the day, there is a large segment of our population that doesn't trust the election. And if this does something towards helping them to trust what is happening and everyone knows their vote counts and matters, then I think it's a positive thing. And let me also remind people, while the most recent version of people who didn't accept election results may have been 2020, this goes back every 2 years, depending on who wins. And it was the same when Hillary Clinton lost, and it was the same when Al Gore lost. And it shouldn't matter, and this task force doesn't matter what the party is and who's in power. This is about maintaining law and order and giving people a sense of security that their vote counts, that the elections here are secure, and I applaud it for that reason.
It was the same when John Adams was in office.
Right.
And can I say something to you, our dear county judge? It would have been quite respectful if you would have shared with the rest of the court, maybe even during announcements. And I know it's not required. We can all do our thing. It's a horizontal structure. But seeing a tweet about it, seconds after we adjourned, was a little disappointing.
Okay.
So.
Well, thank you for sharing. So just so we're clear, number one, I did ask GK to reach out to each one of you, which I believe was done. The second piece of that puzzle is I take the Open Meetings Act very seriously, and I may have been born on a Wednesday, but it wasn't last Wednesday, and so I know that this is a hot button topic amongst people, and so I was not going to make phone calls and then engage in why this is a bad idea, why it's not a good idea. And I did discuss this issue with Mr. Cradaville about, okay, if we call different people, and is there any issue with that violating the Open Meetings Act? And the answer was, it is a line that I would encourage you not to cross.
Yes,
so it was deliberate and on purpose that I didn't call, because I did not want to violate the Open Meetings Act. And I did ask him to call each one of you and let you know.
Yeah, that's not what I'm suggesting. So we do commissioner announcements at the beginning. And so
Yeah.
we learned last time about the prostate cancer event and the transportation event, and that would have been an opportunity to make us aware of the news conference. So no, not individual calls.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you all. And I've got a 2 o'clock. I'm going to try to make it.
You feel free.
Thank you.
All right, thanks,
God bless
Sheriff. So, okay, we do have a number of people signed up to speak to this item. I will just add, as you can see, that this at this point is going forward, so just keep that in mind. But there's 3 minutes to speak. If you would keep your comments brief, I'm sure everyone here would appreciate it. But I'm going to call each of you up. You can rise and say what you believe. You can come to the microphone, or you can pass. That's your choosing. But I am going to ask everyone again to withhold applause, comments, outbursts of any kind, regardless of where you are on this or what you believe. All right, first up is Chaplain Rich Stoglin.
To County Judge Tim O'Hare and the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, good afternoon. My name is Chaplain Rich Stoglin. My mailing address is P.O. Box 171687, Arlington, Texas 76003. I live in Precinct 2. I am here today stating my position of supporting the Election Integrity Task Force, and here's why. Number one, the United States is a republic that practices the idea of democracy. The Election Task Force is congruent with what the Founding Fathers intended. Number two, the task force guarantees equal opportunity for those seeking public office to have the best pathway of guaranteeing a fair election. Number three, persons who are found violating the law should be investigated, prosecuted, and sentenced to prison like any other criminal. Remember, darkness cannot put out light. Only the light of justice puts out the darkness of dualism and low expectations. Integrity is paramount. Number four, the task force will have other positive outcomes for Tarrant County, if for no other reasons than law enforcement and the district attorney's office will do their jobs of upholding the Constitution of the United States of America and the laws of the great state of Texas. Law enforcement must not and cannot uphold the laws that are convenient for a particular segment of society and ignore others. As a veteran of Afghanistan and a retired United States Department of Justice official who also knew there were 40 commissioners from other states investigated by prosecutors of the FBI who claimed nothing was going on, and yet they were incarcerated for 5 years. The oath of office for all who serve must continue to have meaning and high expectations. Nothing less is acceptable. This task force is not only the only one in Tarrant County. There's a task force for human trafficking, arson, hoarding, etc. All these task forces, at the end of the day, stems from the need to eradicate a blight in our society. To speak ill of them is likened to digging economic graves for those who can least afford them. There is a political party that created black laws, black codes, Jim Crowism, separate restrooms, water fountains, all of which were and are unacceptable. And having the election integrity going against that is unacceptable. This is why this election integrity task force is essential. Tarrant County and the great state of Texas, voting violations must not be tolerated by anyone. In the words of Frederick Douglass, let no man be kept from the ballot box because of his color. Let no woman be kept from the ballot box because of her sex. Tarrant County Election Integrity Task Force, help us maintain our integrity. Onward and upward. Semper Fidelis. Hoorah.
All right, Jennifer Blunt. Following Ms. Blunt is Tammy Grantham. I will call whoever is next if you will make your way up near there or be ready to go when the person has stepped down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. It's been a long day. I'm in favor of this task force, and I'm grateful to Judge O'Hare, Sheriff Wayburn, and DA Sorrells for having the wisdom to take this important step and fill an important gap in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Grantham. Following Ms. Grantham is Bill Bowles.
Hello, my name is Tammy Grantham. I've lived in Tarrant County my entire life. I'm currently serving as a Tarrant County Ballot Board member, and I'm 100% in favor of the Election Integrity Task Force launched by Sheriff Wayburn, Tarrant County District Attorney Phil Sorrells, and County Judge Tim O'Hare. What does integrity mean? The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. As a ballot board member, we take our oath to assure every legal vote counts, and we take this oath very seriously. Our current reasons for requesting absentee ballots right now are loosely enforced, if at all. By the time the absentee ballot does get to the ballot board, we can confirm the signature and the ID, but that's it. We cannot confirm the validity of the voter to have even received this absentee ballot in the first place. Many of the reasons offered are not currently required to be verified. A voter's right to vote is the most sacred right they have, and assuring that they and only they cast that vote should be our top priority. And prosecuting anyone who takes that a right away from them should be our second. I would like to again personally thank you for taking this issue seriously and launching this task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bowles, we have Lisa Roper. Is Mr. Bowles with us? No, Mr. Bowles? Okay, Lisa Roper. Is Lisa Roper present? Okay, Mike C. Following Mike C is Kenya Alou.
Mike C., Fort Worth. In Tarrant County, we have far, far left socialists amongst us. They are organized and they have representation in public office. They are not in support of election integrity. They would rather prevail in further degradation, ultimately the destruction of our constitutional republic. All you have to do is look at what the socialist-ran cities across America look like, and this is what they seek here to replicate in Tarrant County. I say disregard their pleas for abolition, their lawlessness, their victimhood, their false claims of racism, for these are the tools of the hardened communists and nothing less. My further advice to this court is to remove all electronic devices in the election process and go back to paper. It has been proven accurate and cost the taxpayer less. I fully support the Election Integrity Task Force. Thank you. Lastly, attacking law enforcement for something such as traffic stop through a racial lens is getting old. On many stops, all law enforcement sees is a silhouette in the back window in front of him or her. I ask our leaders, what would satisfy you? A sign on a bumper, I'm white, I'm black, I'm Asian, I'm Hispanic? Or are you just pandering to your constituents? By the way, I am your constituent. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Kenya Alou. Following Miss Alou is Dana Oliver.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I just want to applaud the efforts of Sheriff Wayborn and thank you, Judge O'Hare and DA Sorrells for standing together and showing the community that you do prioritize election integrity. We need a place, and I think it's comforting to the community to know that there's a place we can go when something comes up. And it's been needed for a while. So I just want to thank you. I'm not going to take the 3 minutes. The first gentleman who spoke said everything eloquently and perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Miss Oliver is Julie Sims.
I just want oh my goodness, sorry about that. I just want to say thank you so much. I live in Precinct Marias area of Tarrant County. I've been an election judge for the past 6 years. I've also seen, I've had experience with times where I have needed enforcement and had to threaten enforcement before with a voter come in that would refuse to comply with a small thing like putting away your cell phone. We have to, as election judges, we have a standard of law that we have to follow, but we don't have a recourse of who to call other than election administration, which doesn't have a way to hold accountable. So fortunately, I serve pretty often, most often, in the Sheriff's Department in Lake Worth. And so I can just say, I can knock on their door and their officer will be here. So that kind of tones it down a little bit. But I have had to hold people accountable in the polling place. So anyway, I just want to thank you for putting this task force together, to District Attorney Sorrells and Sheriff Wayborn. I appreciate it so much, and I look forward, as an election judge, of having a one call of where I can get help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie Sims, and then following Ms. Sims is Chris Dobson.
Yes, thank you.
Tim O'Hare. Thank you, Judge O'Hare and Mr. Sorrells and Sheriff Wayburn. I just want to thank you so much for being men of your word and standing up and doing what you said you were going to do. God bless you for that. Thank you for putting the task force together. As a Tarrant County resident for over 30 years, I'm concerned about what I'm seeing in this day and age in elections. If we don't have free and fair elections, we have nothing. We have nothing, just like you eloquently said. Thank you. I just feel like you gentlemen are like gatekeepers to the fort for Fort Worth, for this area. Thank you so much. You have been elected for such a time as this. Thank you for having the courage and the boldness to stand up and do the right thing for every citizen. Every citizen should care about integrity in elections. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Following Mr. Dobson is Jeannie Shirley.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Chris Dobson. I'm a resident of Arlington. I've run for office many times there. In 2019, I was running for mayor with 3 other members of the community, and I noticed illegal contributions from to one of the candidates. I feel this is a bigger issue of election integrity than the few complaints that were received by the sheriff's office or elections. Campaign finance violations are contained in Title 15, and some are constituted as felonies and some as misdemeanors. In 2020, I filed a sworn complaint that is SC 3800-159. It's on the Texas Ethics Commission's website against the mayor of Arlington. In that, they found credible evidence that crimes occurred, both felonies and misdemeanors, and I provided that information to the Tarrant County DA at the time, Sharon Wilson. She refused to listen to me for a number of calls, and instead suggesting that I bring it to this commission. I sent that information to Devin Allen, at the time my commissioner. Eventually, through persistence, I was able to get a 10-minute conversation with an assistant district attorney or an investigator. The name was Mark Taylor. I'm not sure of the actual title. I have since continued to search through the campaign finance reports of Arlington candidates, and I've found 4 other instances where illegal donations have been received. These constitute, when it's a corporate donation, a felony on the part of the candidate, and a felony on the part of the company and the agent of that company who gave these donations. I find it unreasonable that this Election Integrity Committee has refused to go through these campaign finance reports. These felonies affect the way government is run. In Arlington, I can point to emergency resolutions passed as a benefit to members, or as benefits to people who have given illegal contributions. And I find it that there seems to be a 11th Amendment, as Ronald Reagan enumerated it, that Republicans will not attack each other. However, when you move into public service, I believe it is important to put partisanship aside and instead hold each and every member of any elected office accountable. I am happy to provide this information to DA Sorrells in the hopes that this can be prevented in the future, and if needed, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dobson. Following Ms. Shirley is Gina Woodley. Is Ms. Shirley here with us?
Can I speak on her behalf?
You can speak, but I don't think you can speak on her behalf. But we'll put you up after everyone else is gone, unless you're already on here. Ms. Woodley. Following Ms. Woodley is Denise Lynn.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, for your service and allowing me to share my thoughts today. I've always been a fan of being proactive. As a parent of young children some years ago, when I cooked, I always made sure that the pot handles on my stove were turned in away from the floor from curious hands that could grab them, severely burning them. The same is true here, and one of the ways to ensure any future fraud won't happen is by being proactive. Some say there has been fraud, others say there hasn't. Being proactive in removing any doubt of fraud is what the task force will also accomplish. We should all want honest elections. The task force is not a political or partisan group. They are employees under the supervision of our sheriff and district attorney who will be tasked to investigate any concerns or complaints about the election process, resulting in a restored confidence in our election system. Furthermore, when there is a complaint or concern, the citizens will have a centralized place to call and report this concern. From my understanding, this will also result in a centralized database that can be analyzed and used to focus where improvement is needed in the future and where it is working. The key here is that citizens will see that their concerns are being addressed. And lastly, there may not be widespread voter fraud in Tarrant County, but even a few cases are not acceptable because as we all know, small cracks can eventually turn into big cracks. This task force will enable any cracks found to be stopped before they can spread, and again, restoring confidence in the election process. If no cracks are found, then great. We all can be reassured and know we have a team on the job to maintain election integrity. Tarrant County voters need to know that when they vote, their vote is counted. This task force will instill confidence in our voting system that has stopped many people from even voting now, and I know that for a fact, because when I was out campaigning at this last campaign, several people told me that they weren't even voting anymore because they didn't think their vote counted anymore. And Commissioner Brooks, I'm really appalled by your comment, basically accusing our sheriff and attorney general of using this for political favor. And please, as long as you want a fair an honest election, I hope that you do watch the process. Thank you, and I support this task force whose goal is to ensure that Tarrant County elections are honest, fair, and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Lynn, we have Daryl Montgomery.
Hello. First, I want to say that I've been sitting here for 4 hours to talk about election integrity, and I'm doing that because it's very important to me. And I don't appreciate the insults coming from some members of this board, because why would I come down here and sit for 4 hours? I have been voting since I was 18 years old in every election I could ever vote in, because I always thought that if you don't take part in the process, then you don't have the right to complain about the process. We need an election integrity, a task force to look into the complaints, to look into the issues, to look into the questions. I've seen plenty of surveillance camera footage of all kinds of questionable things happening all over the country. And so to say, well, I don't have a leg to stand on is really unfair to me. In Tarrant County, though, we did have 30,000 ballots that were accepted in the 2020 election, and they were all mail-in ballots, and no one ever really got to the bottom of why they weren't accepted. People just said, oh, they weren't really printed correctly. Well, there are very specific parameters that printers follow to send ballots, and the reason is so that we don't have counterfeit ballots. So I've been calling and asking the question since November of 2020, what happened with these ballots? Because if there were ballots that were accepted, even one that's fraudulent, it's taking out a vote that's not fraudulent, and that's not fair to me. And it certainly isn't fair to the 30,000 people that their votes were maybe taken out because we had fraudulent ballots accepted. So we definitely need a task force to look into these kinds of issues. Someone talked about how, you know, we're so disenfranchised, we feel like we might not, it's not even worth voting anymore. And I feel like that, but I will never not vote, just because, like I said, if you're going to be upset, if you're going to sit for 4 hours to talk to a county commission, then you better make sure your voice is being heard. And Commissioner Ramirez said our republic is built on free and fair elections. I would go further than that. We fought a war. Our Revolutionary War that started this country was based on the fact that we were being taxed without representation. And if my vote isn't being counted and 30,000 other votes aren't being counted in just this county, in one state, then there are a lot of people who are not being represented. So this is very, very important. I support you and applaud you for taking these steps. I'm so proud to see people that I elected doing the things that I want them to do, and this is one thing. Now, if we don't find any problems, we don't find any problems. That's the way a task force should work. But I think that we probably will find issues, and we do need to prosecute them. I also think that voting on paper, like another gentleman said, is a very good idea because paper can't be hacked. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Montgomery is Janet Swords.
Hello, my name's Gerald Montgomery, and I live in Arlington, zip code 76017. I do want to just say thank you to Tarrant County Judge O'Hare, District Attorney Sorrells, and Sheriff Wayburn for establishing the Election Integrity Task Force. Again, integrity of elections is critical to ensuring a good government and citizen trust. And so, again, I just want to say thank you for taking this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Ms. Swords, we have Paul Goodman.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. It's a privilege to be here, and I support the Election Integrity Task Force to hold accountable all who work with the elections in order to prevent or stop any election fraud. I support Tarrant County Judge O'Hare, District Attorney Sorrells, and Sheriff Wayburn in this effort. And I live in Edgegrove Village, and I am a precinct chair. And this is a good thing to know that I can direct people who have questions where to call and where to go get their questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Goodman, we have Brendan Walsh.
Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, thank you for giving me this time to address you. I think that all of us can agree that free and fair elections is not a partisan issue. One eligible voter should equal one vote. Our elections are the foundation of our democratic republic. It is what helps preserve our liberties and our freedoms. I believe in the interest of convenience, we have complicated our election process, and in so doing, have lost the transparency needed in them, and many people have lost faith in the process. Faith in our elections needs to be restored. The use of black boxes, absentee ballots, voting for days, and voting anywhere in the county have given the bad actors many opportunities to inject their will and not the people's will into our voting process. In the last month, I've heard Democrat and Republican experts talk against the use of voting machines. They are saying if we want to secure our elections from fraud, we can't use machines. To secure our elections, we need to use paper ballots. We need to use paper poll books, decrease voting days, and hand count the ballots in the precinct. Many will say it is too difficult, it will take too long, and it would be too costly. Studies on cost have shown that isn't true. It doesn't cost more, and for how long it might take, I point to France, who use paper ballots and count them by hand and have the results the night of the election. If France can do it, we can do it also. Currently, we may or may not have the results on election day. We are blocked from analyzing what happens in the black boxes. We're told that black boxes can't be examined because they're the company's intellectual property. Many roadblocks are put in the way of auditing elections. Even now, during this last election, we're trying to obtain the cast vote records. We're told we have to wait 22 months. I ask why? Why 22 months? No transparency, no meaningful audits lead to the distrust of our elections. I commend Judge O'Hare, Sheriff Wayburn, DA Sorrells in forming the Election Integrity Task Force. I'm looking forward to following the task force efforts to give Tarrant County an election process free of fraud. Thank you.
Following Mr. Walsh is Stephen Bartker.
Thank you, Judge, for your time. My name is Brendan Walsh. I'm a Republican Party Precinct Chair in Precinct 3. I want everybody in the room to imagine a county the size of Tarrant County that had no murders over a long period of time, and that it developed an attitude where we don't have murderers and we don't have murderers, and therefore we are going to send a message to the community that we are not going to investigate or prosecute murder, because why would we spend the resources to do that? It never happens. As we all know, part of the purpose of prosecution and punishment is to punish wrongdoers, but it's also to provide deterrence. Deterrence to crime, because people know that their violations of the law will be investigated and prosecuted if appropriate. I'd like to give a quick case study example. When I first became a precinct chair, I was working in recruiting other precinct chairs. This particular person was in precinct 4. And I was looking from the publicly available Tarrant County elections records to identify Republican voters who might be interested in becoming a precinct chair. I identified one individual who had voted in the 2020 Republican primary, and I called him. His name was Gustavo Garcia. And I spoke with Gustavo on the phone for about 10 minutes before mutually realizing with him that we did not both live in Tarrant County. He lived in Hidalgo County. At that point, I said, well, that's odd, Mr. Garcia, because I have you here as voting in the 2020 primary in Tarrant County. These are Tarrant County election records. And I also have you having voted in the 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2020 general elections. And since then, just as yesterday, I got an update to this list. He voted in the 2022 general election in Tarrant County. And here is the message that I said to Mr. Garcia in an email exchange after our phone call. I said, FYI, I got your name and number from a voter registry in Tarrant County. You seem to be registered to vote at his address. According to records, you have voted in the last 4 general elections in Tarrant County and in the 2020 Republican primary. He said, thank you very much. And that's interesting. You should find out where that smell is coming from, because I know for a fact that I have not voted in Tarrant County. Someone is up to no good, and the residents of Tarrant County should know about it, and if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. God bless you, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Our conversation helped me and made my faith in our Lord stronger than ever, and gave me an inspiration I need to keep going. I will continue to fight for what's right in myself, my sons, and my community, his community being Hidalgo County. There may or may not be wrongdoing here, but it ought to be investigated and prosecuted if appropriate. And I'm glad the task force will be there to handle the task. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bartker is Charles Wiedemeyer.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Barker, and I've been a former precinct chairman and election judge, alternate judge. And I strongly favor the Texas Election Integrity Task Force be allowed to continue to work for the people of Tarrant County with diligence and transparency for the most important First Amendment right is freedom of speech. And there's a reason why it's the First Amendment. And I want to thank Commissioner Judge O'Hare and District Attorney Sorrells and Sheriff Wayburn for instituting task force. It is necessary to place proper emphasis on the importance of our election process. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Wiedemeyer is Jonathan Pettijohn.
Judge O'Hare, fellow commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Charles Wiedemeyer, and I'm an election judge in Tarrant County. I'm here to tell you that my wife and I strongly support the formation of this task force. We do it for our family, we do it for our fellow citizens, and we're impressed that these elements of government have been able to come together and do something in a nonpartisan affair where the judge, the county judge, representing the administration, the DA representing the prosecution, and the sheriff, of course, representing the investigation. To see those come together and work together is very impressive. If you talk to voters, they will universally tell you that they want legal elections. Everybody wants a legal election. But how do we know? Are you going to depend on the media, the newspaper, to investigate and tell you how your election went? The TV reporters are considered to be even less dependable for that function. But it comes down to citizens. If there's anything we've learned, it's that the citizens have to take a hand in the operation of their society. And that's what we're seeing here in Tarrant County. This initiative doesn't inconvenience anybody, but it makes every citizen responsible for having a hand in legal elections. That's how we get transparencies. That's how we make our elections what they're supposed to be, is by citizen involvement, ordinary folks like me. And so I'm excited about this opportunity, and I thank you all for making it available to us.
Following Mr. Pettijohn is Mike Brewster.
Hello, my name is John Pettijohn. I'm here to register my support for this task force. I appreciate the fact that we are ensuring that we have fair elections. I do not appreciate that it's been argued that this crime is not important enough to look into. As a citizen of Precinct 2, I'm here to tell you that it's important to me. It's important to these many other citizens who have spoken already, and therefore it should be important to you as well. This crime is important to prosecute, and as I say, any crime, or rather any law that has no penalty is just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Mr. Brewster is Ms. Wang. Is Mr. Brewster here? Okay, looks like Ms. Wang, you're up. Following Ms. Wang will be Amy Super.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare and the commissioners. My name is Mei Wang. I have worked as a poll watcher in Tarrant County since March 1st, 2021 primary election, and worked as a ballot board member for November 2022 election. I come here support this election integrity task force. I think this is formed by existing staff and not cost the actual taxpayers' dollar, and also has more focused on our election integrity matters. This is a good and right decision. I just want to come to thank you to Judge O'Hare, our DA Soros, and Sheriff Waymer. But I'm not only to come here to show my support. I'm sure the team probably already have their working list. But I'm here actually just to try to make a kind of reminder, ask for investigation on one issue found by Texas Secretary of State audit on November 2020 election. The final audit report was published in December 2022, 2 months ago. In Tarrant County, the state audit team has found at least 353 voters were coded as voter over 65 years of age, vote by mail. But the audit could not determine whether they were miscoded or ineligible. This finding could mean either these voters were not in our voter roll, or they were not at the age of 65 or older. So I think, but this report did not reveal there would be a root cause or there's any further audit on these symptoms. So anyways, I think it would be something for our election integrity task force to look into it, because 353 voters is not a small number. It is not looks like a human error, couple of here and there. So I think the public need to understand what happened and how it happened. So I have the printout from the audit report, and I can give it to you.
Thank you.
So I give it to you. There
Following,
are 5 copies.
all right, thank you. Following Ms. Super, we have Todd Roper.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare and fellow commissioners. Well, I guess, and Ms. Commissioner as well. Sorry, excuse me there. Our family resides in Tarrant County, District 4. I speak not just from the perspective of a voter, but also someone who's been involved at poll sites across Tarrant County in practically every role possible, from a volunteer electioneer to an election official, alternate judge. I'm here today to express my appreciation to Judge O'Hare, DA Sorrells, and Sheriff Wayburn for recognizing the need for the formation of the Election Integrity Task Force. Commissioner Brooks, I can relate to your concern that you stated with regards to feeling as if you didn't feel like you had anywhere to go with your concerns related to this task force. I share that concern and have shared that concern, having been an early voting and an election day poll site workie for some time. We have been faced with issues during active elections at poll site levels, and while state election code gives both early deputy voting clerks and election day judges at each site authority, we have had no means of immediate enforcement of these or a clear pathway for addressing issues after the fact. So I share that frustration and concern. Election laws apply across the board, no matter which poll site you vote at or where you reside within this county. They're not subjective. Having a clearly defined local point of contact for any individual with specific concerns of substance related to the elections held in Tarrant County was and will continue to be a much-needed resource, and one I believe will serve to increase both the perceived and actual integrity of our election process. I fully support the formation of this election integrity force, and to the commissioner who spoke and inquired about the number of cases, the number of reports, I would say there are so many that you're never going to hear about, never get reported. I can tell you talked about calling and speaking to specific individuals at the Tarrant County Elections Administration. I can assure you they're not all turned into the sheriff's office. I know for that for a fact. So the numbers are a lot greater than what will ever be reported. I'm hoping this will change that. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Roper is Kat Cano. Is Mr. Roper here? Is Kat here? Okay.
So my name is Kat Cano. I'm the lead Democrat for the Tarrant County Early Voting Board, Ballot Board, the Public Testing Board, and the Central Counting Station, and I am dissatisfied with this Election Integrity Task Force, primarily because I think it focuses a lot of our efforts on how we're going to prosecute and punish people and not enough on how we're going to prevent election fraud from happening. And if someone tried to sell you an alarm system and their primary selling point was, we're going to investigate it after you get robbed, you wouldn't buy that alarm system. So I think that means that we need to talk about election workers, because election workers are our frontline workers. They're the people most involved in conducting the election. They're most able to identify problems when they're happening on site, and they're going to be a lot of the people who are reporting problems to this task force. Last year, Democrats and Republicans both lost election workers. Some people were not comfortable with new equipment. A lot of our workers are aging up, they're elderly, so they can't work 16-hour days or haul around 35-pound boxes. But a lot of people also reported to us that they were scared. They didn't understand our new election laws, and they were worried that they were going to end up with a case where they would make an honest mistake and it would get turned into a prosecution, and they weren't comfortable with that. So there's a couple of things that the Commissioner's Court can do that can help make our elections better and more secure, in addition to a task force. One, y'all can start a public relations campaign to recruit election workers because, like I said, we lost a lot last year. We have ideas about that. There's a couple members of the ballot board. I can tell you we talk about things like this all the time. We have ideas. Come talk to us. You can increase election worker pay, and I'm really happy to hear y'all talking about compensating our people adequately, because what we pay them is pretty low level considering all the skills we're asking them to bring. They need IT experience, team management, conflict escalation, meticulous detailed paperwork, it's really important, knowledge of the election law, and if we want to attract talented workers and retain them, then we have to pay them for that. 3, y'all can increase TC's budget for training. I've been trying to get them to add training on election law and the paperwork that we have to complete for years. The sticking point is always that people don't want to go to long classes where they aren't getting paid for. But that means that they're not going to hear tips and tricks like, hey, the reason your reconciliation report doesn't come out at the end of the election is that you only had 199 pieces of ballot stock, not 200, and you didn't pre-count them, so your numbers are never going to come out right, and it's going to look like you're missing ballots or someone stole a ballot or something like that. Or maybe you had 4 extra pieces, and they're not going to hear that because we don't have time to train them in that, because we're like, here's how you set up an election. So if y'all could increase the budget for training, that would be really helpful. And then also, there's a ton of talented people working in elections. A lot of them have been there for decades. ask us. We have suggestions, we have ideas, and we really want to collaborate to make safer elections. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have anyone else signed up to speak to this item. If you are here and you would like to speak to this item, come on up. And then there is a Ms. Cox that wants to speak about our contract with MTC, which is not, to my knowledge, election integrity related. So there's public comments coming up in a minute that I will get to, unless that's something election integrity related. I think you're probably going to be next up anyway, but okay. Yes, please identify yourself and tell us where you live.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aubrey Campbell. I live in downtown Arlington, right next to the college. I have a lot of college-age friends and older friends concerned about this in both parties. So I want to say thank you for putting your name on this, for being brave enough to do it, despite the slings and arrows that you're going to get. Thank you to Sheriff Wayborn and DA Sorrells. Very much appreciate it. Voter turnout is at risk due to lack of trust and transparency. That should be a major concern. That alone should be enough to get all commissioners on board with this. The focus must be on security. I can't agree with Kat Kano more. Once an unlawful ballot is cast, it cannot be plucked back out. The focus must be on preventing unlawful ballots to be cast. That's a focus on security. That's going to take an investigation into how these potential unlawful ballots are being cast. An investigation requires the Sheriff's Department. And I think we may be the first county in the country to have a county judge, a county sheriff, and a county DA all on the same page about taking election fraud seriously. And I can't agree more with another speaker. Representation means legal votes counted without being diluted with illegal votes. Vote dilution is going to be the next hot term y'all hear if we do not get this task force authorized, okay? Processes in place are authorized in a gray area, and I've talked to Hyder about this extensively. He is a very open man. I want to give Hyder that credit. But these processes that he has in place are authorized in a gray area somewhere between law and special interest. It's not all his fault. Everything he has in place has been authorized by the Secretary of State's office. On that note, the Secretary of State's Phase 1 audit progress report was not perfect. I challenge every single one of you to go pull it up, pull the numbers from Tarrant County associated with the reported precincts from Tarrant County, and compare those to the precinct cumulative report from that year for the Railroad Commissioner's race. See what May Wong has found, which she's brought to the Commissioner's Court, and she took to Judge Whitley multiple times. It was confirmed in Montgomery County by independent investigators over there. We've all confirmed it. I do intend to meet with Judge O'Hare soon to go over the details that I've already gone over with Judge Whitley. We know election security is a bipartisan issue because ever since the 2016 election, when Hillary declared the 2016 election hacked by Russia, okay, we know. And finally, we're all on the same page. We don't trust our elections because we don't understand them. We want the laws ironed out, and we want anyone responsible or part of election fraud, ballot harvesting to be investigated. We do not want mistakes prosecuted. You know, if it's a mistake like Kat Kano pointed out, we're not looking to hang people. The way we're portrayed is not quite accurate in the media and by people on the left who we know also agree that our elections are not quite as transparent as they could be. Okay. We do hope that now that the Attorney General has been neutered of his ability to investigate elections and election crimes, that with this new election security task force, the DA and the sheriff can pick back up their investigation of Deborah Peoples for her alleged ballot harvesting scheme as reported by the Gateway Pundit. I look forward to seeing the results of that investigation. I was told by Judge Whitley that the AG picked that up and it was out of y'all's hands, but as I understand, it is now back in your hands. We would like to see if Deborah Peoples was truly active in a ballot harvesting scheme which has been admitted to on police body cam footage by someone with no reason to lie, as far as I can tell, but maybe the investigation will uncover his reason to lie about such allegations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So there are three that somehow I missed. You can come on up. Gina Sanders, Jana Bravo, and Missy Cara. So please state your name and your address, please.
So before you start, Your Honor, those three individuals, they chose not to address the court.
Okay. They weighed in with statements but didn't come. Okay, sir.
Steve Sellinger, South Lake, Texas. Want to thank the judge and Attorney Sorrell and the sheriff for getting this task force together. Seems to me it's, without the Attorney General of Texas looking into this, the Texas Rangers, it's kind of a no-brainer. You have to do something like this. I would add my voice to the other people that said they would like to see paper ballots. France, as one gentleman talked about, 30 million people, paper ballots tabulated that day. 57% of the people in this country have doubts about election integrity. That's Gallup polling. So they don't have those kind of numbers in France because paper ballots everyone can understand. So anyway, good work and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to break that promise?
It's not. It was a promise until 60 people stood up to speak, and then I have to revoke my promise.
All right.
His former predecessor, or whatever you want to say, Ms. Wilson, I took two things to her. I'm not going to talk about the Election Commission. I mean, that is not why I'm standing here.
Are you talking about election integrity now, the task force?
Yes,
Okay.
but
All right.
I'm not going to speak to that. I wanted to share with you what I did and how I was ignored by Sharon Wilson. There were two elections by the White Settlement ISD, ran by the President Randy Armstrong, who's head of presidential over at TAD. Under the election law, if you do not have an opposing candidate, you don't have to run an election. But if you have two races and one's opposed, one's unopposed, the unopposed race must be on the ballot. They ran two elections back to back, not putting the unopposed candidates on the ballot. Under the election law, it's required to get one vote. But yet they seated these people on the ISD. They had 18 months to remedy. I went to the TEA. I don't know what the investigation, how it proved out. But I then, after 18 months had passed under the Texas Constitution as a holdover, they held an illegal meeting on November 5th of 2019, where they only had 5 people out of 7. 2 of the holdovers did not make the quorum, but yet they conducted business. So I turned it into Sharon Wilson as an Open Meetings Act violation. And next thing I know, Southlake is getting prosecuted for it. I was the original one. Then Haltom City was my predecessor on Open Meetings Act violations. So we had election integrity issues, and we had Open Meeting Act violations that were ignored by that DA, not Mr. Soros, his predecessor. So where do I go to get remedy? I got one more. The TAD election of 2015. That is not an election where anybody in this room gets to vote, except these 5 people in front of me. The resolution letter stating the winners was incorrect. And Mr. Calderval, I'm sorry I mispronounced your name, I got the open records request. He did open records request trying to get the Commissioner's Court resolution letter stating who had won. He couldn't find it. Well, it was incorrect. I already had the answer. And then I told TAD that the letter was incorrect, and then Jeff Law changed the document through an open records request. So there's so many facets of county governance that are not being viewed. If this is a step in the right direction, so be it. But there's, on many different levels, there's more. And I don't know if this is a good start or a bad start, but that's the discussion we should have.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this particular agenda item? All right, seeing none, we now move to announcements and comments. Any announcements or comments from the court? All right, seeing none, we move to public comments. I have one person signed up to speak to public comments, Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I have handouts that I would like to give you. Shall
Okay.
I try to come through here?
If you
All right.
make it through there or hand it to somebody and they'll hang it around.
All right, thank you. I don't have enough to tell me. There's a few. Gotcha. All right. I don't really want to make you wait because I know that you're tired. We all are. But the invoices that I want to give you are from a company called MTC. They run the Delby. They run our rented jail. And they have billed us for the month of October. They billed the county $1,209,083. $1,209,083. Of that amount, their per day in county prisoner count was only 320. For the whole month of October, we only had 320 inmates in the jail. The first batch of inmates shows up on their midnight count. This is going to be about page 5 behind the first invoice. The first batch of 40 inmates showed up on the 28th of October. And then by the 31st, they had as many as 120. But they only had 120 for one day. And most of the days, they didn't have anybody. But we still got billed $1,099 for a ramp-up period bill, which was a fixed cost bill, and $106,000 for the ramp-up bill in September when there were no inmates there at all. How did this happen? This happened because we negotiated a contract that has fixed price fees, whether we have inmates there or not. And so when we don't deliver inmates, as we didn't for the month of October, we end up paying $3,778 per inmate day, which is, in my humble opinion, shockingly too much. I mean, I went to the jail last December, and the sheriff told me that his inmate per day cost was about $85. So that's a bit of a blow in terms of how much too much we're paying. It continued on into the month of November, but it wasn't quite as bad because we started November out. If you look at the last page, you'll see the official physical century count. That's the midnight count. How many bodies of ours were in the jail at midnight? And we started off with a string of 120 inmates, and we got all the way up to 152 by the end of 6 days into November. And then some of them obviously got shipped out because we dropped back to a count of only 81, and some more got shipped. My point, gentlemen and Ms. Salmons, is that we're paying too much money for this, and we need to find out why our inmate count is so much too low. And we need to find out why it is that we're paying ramp-up fees and fixed operating fees. The fixed operating fee is $1,287,000 per month, even if we had 432 inmates there. It's still going to be high. And if we can't figure out how to get enough inmates there to make it a little more worth it, I suggest humbly that we should abandon the contract. There is a clause in the contract that allows you to abandon it, and maybe you really need to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention, and I will ask some questions about this myself. So thank you.
Put it on an agenda for a future meeting.
Thank you for your time. So please remain silent and patient while I read this statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551.071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are recessed.
We'd gone to Disney. Snowy away for a few days, yeah. That was great. We stayed in Airbnb because we did Universal Hamilton. Absolutely loved it. Well, we've been there several times. They like Hollywood Studios the best from Disney, but then Universal. Now they're all big enough to ride everything. Which we've gone 3 times now. The first 2 times, the youngest isn't big enough. So now, how old is her? She is 9.
Oh, really?
Youngest is 9? Turning 11, we've got 11, 9, and 8 right now. She's turning 9.
So did you
Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. 10 times. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay, we got enough in here to go. All right, are we ready? Yes. All right, we are back in open session after a lengthy executive session. There is no action to be taken as a result of our executive session, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cast your vote. We are adjourned. Thank you.